applicant or the representative wishing to speak must register and submit the registration slip to the zoning administrator at this time. Following the hearing, we will conduct our monthly business meeting, at which time we will vote on the applications. You may stay and hear how the applications are decided, or you may leave following the hearing. The applicant and the town board will be sent a copy of tonight's decisions. Any other person wishing to receive a copy of the decision can sign the sheet on the table at the front of the room. Those of you wishing immediate knowledge of the outcome of these proceedings may call the zoning office tomorrow morning. The procedures we will follow for the hearing for each application is, after the application is read, the applicant, their agent, or representative will be asked to present the application, followed by any questions or comments from the committee. Then all correspondence will be read. Then others in favor will have a chance to speak. Anyone objecting will then have a chance to speak. I will then ask for a summary of the committee's field observations and any staff comments. Finally, the applicant will be allowed a chance for a short rebuttal if they wish. Anyone wishing to speak should use a microphone, state their name, and direct their comments to the committee. Because of the number of applications tonight, I am asking that all testimony be kept brief and to the point. The applicant will have 5 minutes to present their information on their application, other than questions from the committee. Anyone else wishing to speak should limit their testimony to 3 minutes, and any rebuttal by the applicant will also be limited to 3 minutes. If you are testifying as a nearby landowner, please tell us where your property is located relative to the subject property. Tonight's hearing will be recorded, and the recording will become part of the public record. The comments that are based on hearsay or secondhand information, as well as slanderous or prejudicial remarks, will be ruled out of order. The committee has looked at all the properties, and the record will reflect these observations. Any person affected by the administrative decision of this committee has 10 days from the filing of tonight's decision to make an appeal. Such appeals are heard by the Board of Adjustments. Information and applications are available from the zoning office. The county assumes no liability and makes no warranty as to the legality of any construction commenced prior to the expiration of this 10-day period. I will now introduce the committee. To my left is Robert Wadle, Larry, we got Norm Weiss, Larry Crawford, Fred Gallerup, and Ruth Zalski, our Corp Counsel. I'm Joe Piaski, and to my right is Terry Dopp-Hochstetter, Zoning Administrator. Just got to go back in your book. Yeah. Okay. Our first application is for the Northeast Asphalt conditional use, and the applicant has requested this be tabled to the March 15th public hearing. Our second application is AT&T in Schaumburg, Illinois. Richard and Cynthia Golke, landowners, have made an application for conditional use in accordance with Section 58-236, Parent B, Parent 20, and 58-454, Parent 33 of the Waushara County Zoning Code to place a 205-foot self-supported wireless communication tower with construction of a 12 by 28 equipment building in the AG General Ag Zone. Location approximately 10.905 acre parcel of land known as Lot 2 of Certified Survey Map number 171, being part of the Northwest 1/4 of the Northwest 1/4, Section 34, Town of Hancock, Buttercup Avenue. Is the applicant here? Come up. Will you briefly tell us about the application?
Yes, sir.
We need your name also.
My name is Derek McGrew. I'm here representing AT&T Wireless.
Could you spell the last name for us?
Sure. McGrew. First name is Derek, just because that one's actually a little trickier.
Can you explain the project?
Yes, sir. AT&T Wireless is, for the first time, obtaining their own wireless coverage on Route 39. I worked on all 12 sites between Portage and Stevens Point, Wisconsin, and half of those are antennas on existing towers, and half of them are new towers. Whenever possible, we like to put antennas on towers that are already existing for a lot of reasons. The biggest reason would be it's a lot more expensive to build our own tower. It's also a lot more difficult. Anytime we just put antennas on towers, well, I should say, not say anytime, but most times when you put antennas on towers, the zoning process is much easier. We have master agreements with all the major tower companies and all the other carriers. When I was given the search area for this particular site, There was not a tower within the search area, so it's then my responsibility to report that back to them and then find a property owner with property that can possibly be zoned in your county for a new tower. We did, on this particular property, consider the tower to the north, and it's a little bit west. I can't remember the name of the owner of the tower, but we did consider that, but it was just too far north for us. It just didn't cover our, it didn't, what it did is it left a hole in coverage to the south on the highway by moving north. So we did consider that. We are meeting your setback requirements. We are in a zone that, and I'll get into more of that in a second, we are in a zone that your county allows for cell towers. Regarding the setbacks, your setbacks are 1.1 times the tower height. And this particular site, we do encroach on one property line on that setback, but it is our property owner's property. And we've secured an easement agreement as a what was called a fall zone easement, so that if the tower were to, and I'll get into this in a second too, if the tower were to topple straight over, the only property it could fall on is our landlord's property. With that said, towers don't ever fall straight over. They're built and constructed these days so that they collapse upon themselves. They're not capable of falling straight over. In the worst case scenario, tornado or something like that, it would just collapse upon itself and likely not even be more than 100 feet from the tower site. We secured a lease agreement with the property owner and prepared a zoning packet, which I hope that you have a copy of, as well as construction drawings. And we are here to ask your permission to construct this tower.
Okay, we have some committee questions.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have a few. I will ask you a couple questions that you answered already, just for the record.
Okay.
What sort of traffic is anticipated?
Do you mean how many callers will be on the site?
Yeah,
that what you mean?
like a week or a month or
Vehicle
year?
traffic.
You know, off the top of my head, I don't know the Route 39 vehicle traffic. I apologize, but whatever the 39 traffic is, any AT&T customer would be using it.
It'd be the vehicle traffic coming into the site, like your repair people or
Oh, that kind of
servicing
traffic. I
people.
apologize. I thought you were talking about people using the tower. Once per month, typically speaking, is maintenance.
Are you sure of the lot lines?
Yes, sir.
Will the proposed tower be at least 1.1 times its height from the nearest lot line?
Outside of that easement I spoke of, yes.
Will the property be leased, or do you plan on purchasing the land?
We lease that property.
What will be fenced in?
The entire compound, the 70-foot by 70-foot compound, not the access road, but the compound, and the shelter and the tower.
Are you aware of the county has a long-standing policy of requiring highly visible paint and lighting schemes for all towers because our intensive agriculture use and frequent aerial application required to these products?
Yes, I am. I was forewarned that you were going to bring that to my attention, and we will certainly comply as a condition of the approval to paint the tower aviation orange and white, yes.
The tower will be painted then, right?
We are agreeing to do this, yes.
What sort of safety lights is being proposed?
We will still probably put the medium dual lighting system on it, which means a white strobe in the day and a red strobe at night. And I'm not positive about the side markers down half. So I believe that there may be side markers halfway as well.
Our code requires that you must prove that it is not feasible to build on any other existing tower in the area. Have you studied other towers and in the area, and can you explain why they are not suitable for your equipment?
Yes. Generally speaking, our towers are roughly 4 to 4.5 miles apart, up and down Route 39. So if you can imagine, we've got a tower here and we've got a tower here that are 8 miles apart. And so if we put one here, we're good. If we move a mile, that means we've got a tower 3 miles apart and 5 miles apart. And 5 miles apart just simply doesn't work.
Our zoning code also requires that you must agree to lease any other additional space available to other companies at a fair market rate. Does your company have a co-location policy regarding sharing tower space? And will the tower be able to support other users' hardware?
Absolutely. I will also say that even though I represent other companies, AT&T is one of the best at this. I represent all of the companies. I'm not going to say who's not good at it, but I will say that AT&T is probably one of the best as far as marketing. They actually have people that in their department to market their towers and to assist and help you get on their towers. So absolutely, yes.
Are you familiar with the county requirements regarding financial surety for the removal of the tower if it is no longer needed?
No, I was not, but we will certainly agree to that, yes.
Are you familiar with all other requirements, including FAA, FCC, and state building codes?
Absolutely, yes.
If approved, when would you would the tower be placed?
I'm going to, I can't give you a really good date. I would assume that it would be late summer.
That's all the questions I have.
You just have a few, huh?
That's short.
I have one question yet. Say that night light, red light went out and it'd be white strobe. How long would it take for your people to come up there to change that over so it's back to red and white?
Okay. In other words, if the light went to white at night, well, the tower would have to be lighted whether or not you wanted it to be or not, because it's over 200 feet. And whenever the light goes out, there's actually equipment within the shelter that communicates with what they call a NOC, Network Operations Call Center, that receives a signal that, hey, something wrong with the light. And they're required per the FAA to fix it within 15 days.
That's our biggest complaint that we get from the people is that white light at night.
Mm.
One of the questions that we try to get that done and get it fixed.
Sure.
Anybody else have any other questions?
Nope.
Any correspondence?
Yes, we have one letter from Reby Spraying Service. It's addressed to me. Dear Ms. Pockstadt, the irrigated vegetable growing area of the central sand plains of Wisconsin is intensely farmed from the sky by 3 different aviation companies using at least 12 aircraft. To help illustrate the critical role aerial application plays in vegetable production, I have included a quote from Dr. Walt Stevenson, Professor Emeritus of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Potatoes and vegetable processing crops are prone to infection by several plant pathogens. One of the important disease control tactics used by growers is to treat with safe and effective fungicides, which can be applied by ground and aerial equipment. Treatment of fields is done on 5 to 10-day intervals depending on pest pressure, weather factors, and the equipment used. In times of wet soils due to excessive rainfall, aerial application allows growers to treat large areas quickly and in a timely manner to ensure that the economically important diseases are managed at their inception rather than after they've reached epidemic proportions. In the case of potato late blight, growers who have difficulty in treating their fields in a timely manner run the risk of the development of this disease on their property, and the risk is elevated for the entire region to suffer the consequences of a region-wide epidemic. In years when late blight is active and control is insufficient to contain this disease at the earliest stages, it is estimated that this costs the Wisconsin potato industry an additional $12 million in extra fungicide applications and losses in storage. In the case of the proposed communications tower on the Golke property, the current site selection will interfere with the flight paths of aerial application equipment used to treat at least 2 production fields. Aerial application aircraft would be required to pass dangerously close to this obstruction approximately 280 times during the growing season. It is important to understand that according to the National Transportation Safety Board, 88% of all aircraft collisions with towers result in fatalities. These factors would expose the applicator to an unnecessary extreme risk. Additionally, it is likely that the vegetable grower will lose access to aerial application. According to the research of Dr. Stevenson, this could result in a significant region-wide increase in pesticide use and costs. Reby Spraying Service and the Wisconsin Agricultural Aviation Association Request to work closely with AT&T on finding an alternative site for this communications tower. And that's signed sincerely Damon Reeby, President of Reeby Spraying Service and the Wisconsin Agricultural Aviation Association. And that's it for correspondence.
Anyone in favor speak?
Nope, no one in favor. We have
Objecting.
2 people in opposition.
This one is Jeff Reeby.
Yes, I'm Jeff Reeby. I basically just wanted to follow up with that letter that we sent, that we have helped locate 3 other towers in this area. We know that the towers are going to be installed to provide telecommunication services, but by choosing the correct location, we can minimize their impact on other things that we're trying to do in this area. So we, I guess, are really asking to be allowed to get involved in the location of towers in this area. Oftentimes we find that we are not allowed to get involved in them for secrecy reasons that the applicant is concerned about, until it gets to the zoning level, and then it becomes public knowledge, and then we're able to get involved. And if this applicant, let's say, is denied and say go back and find a different site, that's our opportunity to do something. I have had once where the applicant actually sought me out before it went to zoning, and we were able to find the correct site first. That was the best way to do it, and I'd really like that if the telecommunications industry were to proceed that way and just, you know, seek out our state association and say, hey, can you give us a hand here finding a place that's going to work? Unfortunately, most of the time we're stuck having to go this route, going in front of you and saying, hey, we have a problem here. We'd like to have an opportunity to find a better location, because right now, I'm just off the top of my head, if we can move it 3/8 of a mile to the east, good place. Thank you.
The next one is Anthony Baldessano.
Good evening. I own the property directly to the north of the site, and I'll be viewing this constantly. And I just have a few questions about it. The research that I've done on it, where you get the appraisals of your property drops roughly between 15 and 21%. I took a big hit a couple of years ago when you people expanded the gravel pit behind me. And then to the east of me, the state put up the weigh station. And I hear them speaking on their loudspeaker like we're speaking right now. Then where this site is, they also have a potato shed. Well, the potato shed's not used for potatoes anymore, it's used for hay. And they're loading and unloading trucks 24 hours a day all summer long, because a lot of the hay fields get 3 cuttings. So I get no respite at all. It's constant noise. And I tried to put my home up for sale this summer. The 3 or 4 people that came, as soon as they saw that gravel pit, they didn't want to look at it anymore. And I was giving it away. The acreage I was only having for $2,400 an acre. And I don't know if this place would be FCC compliant. There's property for sale roughly less than a half a mile down 4th Avenue. The for sale signs are there. There's no homes around there. There's no fields around there. It's strictly woods. And it's right along, literally along 39. There's a tower half a mile northwest of us on V. There's one there already. There's one on Cottonville N39 on the east side of the highway. There's one there already. I mean, they're popping up all over the place. But I just don't want to look at it. And then the health hazards with the radio frequencies and studies in Israel and Germany, 3 or 4 times the cancer rate. I have grandchildren that come up and see me, and that's a concern. You know, it's not in my backyard. Well, the thing is, you don't have to have it where people live. There's plenty of places where there's just woods, and no one lives there. And there, like I said, just down the road, there's 2 or 3 parcels with for sale signs on them right now. And I think they have other options than to build it there. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone speak for information?
Nope, that's everyone that registered.
Staff comments.
Okay. For the record, the committee has previously been furnished with a copy of the site plan and all the other pertinent data for this and the other applications that they will be considering tonight. This time I'd like to explain a little bit about conditional use permits. All defined zones have uses that are permitted outright. And then along with that, there's some uses that may be permitted provided certain conditions can be met, and that's where the conditional use comes in. And that's what we're looking at here, a use that may be permitted provided that those parameters can be complied with, and that helps keep the use remains in keeping with the surrounding uses and area. In some counties, these permits are called special exception permits. It is the landowner's responsibility, or the applicant's, to provide the information that shows the committee that this use will still be in keeping with the area that it is proposed for, and that conditions placed on it will ensure it will be a good neighbor to the surrounding landowners. So this is the first of 3 cell towers that the committee is going to be considering tonight. A lot of what is said regarding this application will apply to the other 2 towers as well, but we will consider each one individually and try to restate all the facts for each application because they are separate applications on separate properties. When the committee visited the property, they noted that the access will be via an existing driveway, and the tower will be located near an existing agricultural building. And the existing parcels would need to be combined to meet the setbacks or the setback easement that the applicant indicated. There certainly seems to be a trend towards more towers recently. I guess it's a sign of the times. I think everybody turned off their cell phone when they came in tonight, and there's more and more people with cell phones, more and more people with smartphones, and it's my understanding, and you might confirm this, that newer towers are shorter, but they need to be closer together because of the frequency. The committee has discussed health concerns before, and there hasn't been anything substantiated by the American Cancer Society or anything like that. So the health concerns are something that we've looked at, and we can't find any substantial evidence that they are valid. And that's all I have for comments.
Okay, does the applicant have anything in rebuttal?
Kind of going to shoot all over all the things that came up regarding the crop dusting. I believe the gentleman and I did speak last year one time, and I am contacted on occasion by people who claim to do what he does. And the problem with divulging that sort of information to someone who's calling me on the phone who I don't know is then suddenly they're buying property where the tower needs to be. It becomes a greed thing. I had no idea when we spoke that he was who he said he was. That said, our tower is FAA compliant. It is FCC compliant. We are welcome to the painting of the tower. It's going to be lighted either way. The coverage need, the area that I was given to search to cover the highway and the surrounding residents, is at the intersection of 4th and Buttercup. And actually, I believe I spoke to the other gentleman who spoke. I spoke to his wife again last year when I was originally searching, because my job is to come up with 3 properties within the search area that I'm given and give those to AT&T Wireless to consider for a tower. And I use all those considerations that I mentioned to you before: construction and zoning and the available someone that's willing to sign a lease on their property. The area that I was given to search was actually a box, so this isn't exact, but it was how a box, a 1/4 mile in radius. I know it's a box, so it's not radius. That should give you kind of an area of how little area we're given to how little wiggle room we're given. And that happens when you initially build out a highway. There isn't much wiggle room. As as it was stated a minute ago, the frequencies used to be, back in the day when you had the analog phones and you had those old bag phones, you could have cell towers 12 to 15 miles apart and be just fine. Part of that was also because maybe 30% of the population had a cell phone. Now 93% of the population has a cell phone. And it's important that we cover this highway for a lot of reasons, not just the convenience of being able to be on YouTube and surf the internet, but for someone who slides off in a snowstorm or gets in a car accident. It's important that we have this. Moving whatever the gentleman said, 3/8 of the mile to the north changes the entire network of sites that we're proposing. And so that's the reason we are where we are is because of the whole network from Portage to Stevens Point. We do have township support of this. I didn't know if you were aware of that. Hancock Township was in, I don't know if I want to say in support, but they were not opposed at least. I think one of you are here from Hancock Township, but I'm not positive of that. Regarding the property value,
Sorry, can you wrap it up? 'Cause we
sure,
are-
absolutely, sorry. Regarding the property value, for every 100 studies that'll show it affects property value, I can give you 100 that say that it doesn't. It's an arguable thing. I get that in many hearings. It's just not something that can be proven either way. Either way, we're willing to comply with the board and whatever requirements you give us for this site to work with the crop dusters in the area. Thank you.
Next application is AT&T Schaumburg, Illinois. George and Cindy Marie Roloff, landowner, made application of conditional use in accordance with sections 58-236, parent B20, and 58-454, parent 33. Will County zoning code to place a 225-foot self-supporting wireless communication tower with construction of a 12 by 28 equipment building in AG General Ag Zone. Location of approximate 27.030 acre parcel of land known as Lot 2, certified survey map number 4445, being part of the southwest quarter of the southeast one quarter, section 35, town of Plainfield, County Road O. Come on back up. Tell us about this one.
This property is very similar. Again, we'd be willing to paint and light the tower, regardless of whether this is a crop dusting issue or not. This particular property meets the setback requirements completely. There was one county requirement that came up, I believe, on your visit, and I don't mean to steal your thunder, but we are going to, there's a county requirement that says if you are on a township, if a property is on the corner of a township and a county road, that you have to access the site, the property, from the town road. And so what we're going to do to be compliant with that is we're going to split the property in two, continue to meet the setbacks, and that way the property where we're putting the tower will be only on County Road O, and we'll still, I'm sorry, that's not O. Anyway, it'll be on the county road, and we'll still access it from what's on your site plan. Other than that, it's very, very similar application. It is in the network of sites from north to south, Stevens Point or Portage to Stevens Point. And I don't know that you want me to restate everything that I stated before, so I'll keep this one short. Thank you.
Okay, we have committee questions for you also. So, Fred?
This is going to sound a little bit like a broken record because I'm
Okay.
going to ask the same questions for the record. What sort of traffic is anticipated?
Same, once a month.
And are you sure of the lot lines?
Yes.
Will the proposed tower be at least 1.1 times its height from the nearest lot line?
Yes.
Will the property be leased, or do you plan on purchasing the land?
Leased.
What will be fenced?
Compound and tower. The compound, the shelter, and the tower.
Are you aware that the county has a longstanding policy requiring highly visible paint and lighting schemes for all towers?
Same.
And will the tower be painted?
If you want us to, we will.
We probably want you to. What sort of safety lighting will be proposed?
Medium dual lighting system, white day, red night.
Our code requires you prove that it is not feasible to build on another existing tower in the area. Have you studied other towers in the area, and can you explain why they are not suitable for your equipment?
There are no towers within 1.9 miles of the proposed site. we're just not even close to anything on this one.
Okay. Our zoning code also requires that you must agree to lease any additional space available to other companies at fair market rate. Does your company have a co-location policy regarding sharing tower space? And will the tower be able to support other users' hardware?
Yes, and I wanted to add something to your previous question. We provided propagation maps on all three of these sites to show you why we propose where we are.
Okay. Are you familiar with the county requirements regarding financial sureties for the removal of the tower if it is no longer needed?
As of 15 minutes ago, yes.
Are you familiar with all other requirements, including FAA, FCC, and state building codes?
Yes.
Our county's code also requires that on properties where there is frontage on two roads, the driveway shall be located on the lesser traveled road, or in this case, the town road. Are there plans to split the property here, or would you try to obtain a variance to have the driveway on the county road?
We're going to split the property.
If approved, when would the tower be placed?
Late summer.
Okay, that's the end of my questioning.
You can have a seat again.
All right.
Any correspondence?
Yes, we have we have two letters. One I received tonight from the town of Plainfield, from Jan Hall, the clerk, and it says, Mr. Darren S. Snodgrass, Project Director from SBA Communications Corporation, attended the Plainfield Town Board meeting on February 9th, 2012, and explained to the board members that AT&T Wireless is extending coverage and will be requesting permits from Waushara County to erect 2 towers in the town of Plainfield. He described the type of towers that will be erected and explained where the towers will be located. The Plainfield Town Board has no objection to these towers. And that's signed by Jan Hall, clerk of the town of Plainfield. And we also received a letter from Reby Spraying Service, again addressed to me, and it says the irrigated vegetable growing area of the central sand plains of Wisconsin is intensely farmed from the sky by 3 different aviation companies using at least 12 aircraft. Anytime an obstruction is constructed that is taller than the existing topography, it creates a hazard to aircraft. In the case of obstructions such as communication towers, there are 3 steps that can be taken to minimize these risks by making the structure more conspicuous. They are listed below. Number 1, build the structure using self-supporting non-guy wired techniques. Guy wires are nearly invisible to pilots, increasing the hazards to aerial application pilots as well as other low-level airspace users, including emergency medical helicopters, pipeline patrol aircraft, etc. Paint the structure aviation red and white. Light the obstruction with a white daytime strobe and a red nighttime beacon. In the case of the communications tower on the roll-off property, the first step regarding self-supporting construction, non-guy wire, is already being implemented. In the interest of safety, Reby Spraying Service and the Wisconsin Agricultural Aviation Association strongly encourage Waushara County to require AT&T to paint the tower aviation red and white and light the obstruction with a daytime strobe light. While these requirements may not be mandatory per minimum federal aviation regulations, it is important to remember that those regulations are designed as minimum safety standards and do not account for the intense low-level airspace use in parts of Waushara County. To help illustrate our safety concern, we would like to point out a Wisconsin DOT study that shows 64% of all aircraft tower strikes involve towers that do not exceed 250 feet. Towers under 250 feet typically do not require daytime strobe lights or aviation red and white paint. It is easy to conclude that lack of paint and daytime strobe lights significantly increases the likelihood of an aircraft collision with a tower. Additionally, it is important to understand that according to the National Transportation Safety Board, 88% of all agricultural aircraft collisions with towers result in fatalities. A few dollars spent on paint and lighting is a small monetary cost when compared to the loss of life one aircraft to tower strike would cost society. And that's signed sincerely, Damon Reby, President of Reby Spraying Service and the Wisconsin Agricultural Aviation Association. And that's it for correspondence.
Anyone in favor to speak?
We have one.
Is this objection?
Nope, that's
Favor?
in favor.
Okay, Jeff Reby.
So So I'm Jeff Reeby again. I just wanted to correct a typo that my nephew put in that thing. It's supposed to be aviation orange and white, not red and white.
I was wondering about that.
Yes. But I also wanted to say that when towers are placed in a location that works for us, we do support it. So that's why I wanted to come up. Thank you.
And the next one is David
David Peterson wanted to
Peterson,
appear and
okay.
speak for information
Yeah,
only. We
Peterson.
had no one registered for objecting.
I'm David Peterson. I'm here tonight representing Washare County. Washare County owns 2 towers close to the I-39 corridor. And I know that when we went through this process, we had to go out and do a lot of research about cohabitating on existing towers. We have a 250-foot tower on 6th Drive that's less than 2 miles from where this one is being proposed, and we have one on Highway 21 west of Coloma, which is a 400-foot tower. And I believe that they're, depending on what they need to put on, we would have space available on either one of the towers. We were not contacted, to my knowledge, because myself and Corporation Counsel are the contact people for our project, and so I don't have any idea what kind of space they need. I guess I would just urge the committee to make sure that we're not building towers that we don't need to put up. Thank you.
Anyone for information only?
Nope, that was Dave. That was
Then
it.
we will go to staff comments.
So this is the second tower that we're going to hear tonight, and there is one more, just so you know. When the committee visited this tower, they passed several other towers, but all did appear to be about 2 miles away. It's probably the one that you mentioned that's 1.9. That might be the county's tower for the sheriff's department. They also noted that a driveway will need to be installed and that a uniform address number will be necessary for the site. As the applicant explained, we've discussed the driveway issue, and they plan on separating the properties so they don't have any frontage on the town road to the west, so that takes care of the driveway issue. The other alternative would be to obtain a variance to access the property from the county road. And that's it for my comments.
Anything in rebuttal?
I just wanted to restate that, well, let me start with this. When a carrier builds out a highway for the first time, what they do first is look at where all the existing towers are. And actually, north to south, I believe the sheriff will agree that there are actually 2 other towers that are very near their tower. And if we could have possibly used any one of those, we certainly would have. But the spacing, the way the spacing worked out with our frequency, it just didn't work out. So we would love to use towers. As a matter of fact, we like, as I mentioned before, 6 out of our 12 on the corridor are using other people's towers in areas that we wouldn't even be forced to. It is much more financially responsible to use an existing tower than to build our own. It costs $250,000 to build a tower, and that's just the construction of the site. That's not what they pay me, that's not what they get paid, and that sort of thing. So anytime we can use a tower, we do. Certainly for not only construction, zoning, but also for the, for FAA reasons as well. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Our next application is AT&T Schaumburg, Illinois. John and Linda Carlson, landowner, made an application for conditional use in accordance with Section 58-236, Parent B, Parent 20, and 58-454, Parent 33 of the Washare County Zoning Code to place a 205-foot self-supporting wireless communication tower with construction of a 12 by 28 equipment building in the AG General Agricultural Zone. A location 2 parcels combined being approximately 23.485 acres in size, being part of the south 1/2 of the southeast 1 quarter of the northwest 1 quarter, known as Lot 1 of the Certified Survey Map number 2945 and Lot 1 of the Certified Survey Map number 3661, less Certified Survey Map number 4610, and part of the north 1/2 of the southeast 1 quarter of the northwest 1 quarter, Section 12, Town of Plainfield, N 6749 6th Drive. Applicant, come back up. Is that address right? Is that the right address?
Thank you.
Well, I have a few questions also. Well, go ahead.
Okay, very similar application, very similar tower height. We will certainly, I don't want to, I'm stealing your thunder, I know. We'll certainly paint the tower if that's what you desire. This particular property, the only difference with this property is we are very close to the property line, which we knew. We tried to place the tower on the north property, on Mr. Carlson's north property, and couldn't meet the setback. So in order to meet the setback, we had to move to the south property, and we are agreeing to combine the two properties so that we do meet the county 1.1 times tower height setback. One thing I'd like to note is, or a couple things, is this particular property has a runway on it that is used. That is one of the reasons why we felt like this was the right property, because if we can put a tower on a property where there's a runway, that should mean that crop dusters shouldn't have an issue with it. I know that, and I'm going to look back here in a second and make sure I'm not misspeaking, but the crop duster who dusts the crop, that is the property line is, I'm estimating about 250 feet away, said it would be no issue. Is that correct? The north field? Yes. So, okay. So this particular property or this tower proposed is only 250 feet from a property that is being crop dusted, and that crop duster said it's not an issue for him. So speaking as a whole on all three of the sites, I don't see how any one of these properties could be an issue for a crop duster if we can stick it within 250 feet of one property that is crop dusted, and this property has a runway on it. Just thought I would mention that. Other than that, I believe this tower site is very, very similar. We're using an existing access from a residential home, and that is all I have to say at this time.
And we have more questions
Oh,
for
yeah,
you.
that's right. Sorry.
We have to ask these questions for the record, so they're put
Absolutely.
in the record. What sort of traffic is anticipated at your base of the tower?
Once per month.
Are you sure of the lot lines?
Yes, sir.
Will the proposed tower be at least one times its height from the nearest lot line?
Once we combine the properties, yes.
Will the property be leased, or do you plan on purchasing it?
It'll be leased.
Will it be fenced?
Yes, sir. The compound, the fence, compound, the tower, and the shelter.
You're aware of the county has a long-standing policy in requiring highly visible paint and lighting schemes for all towers because of our intensive agricultural use and frequently aerial application required for these products.
Yes, sir.
And then the tower will be painted?
Yes.
What sort of safety lighting is proposed?
Medium dual lighting system, white strobe at day, red at night.
Our code requires that you must prove that it's not feasible to build any other existing tower in the area. Have you studied these other towers in the area, and can you explain why they're not suitable for your equipment?
The next tower, I'm not even sure how far away it is. It's at least 2.5, maybe 3 miles, maybe 4. I think the next closest tower is those same cluster of towers that we talked about on the previous site. It's very far away. It's not close to where we needed to be at all.
Okay, also, our zoning code also requires you must agree to lease any other additional space available to other companies at a fair market rate. Does your company have a co-location policy regarding sharing tower space, and will the tower be able to support these other uses?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the county's requirement regarding financial securities for removal of the tower if it is no longer needed?
Yes.
Are you familiar with all the other requirements, including FAA, FCC, and state building codes?
Yes.
If approved, when would this tower be placed?
Late summer.
I have no other questions.
Anybody else? Okay, next, you can have a seat then. Any correspondence?
We actually have exactly the same 2 letters from Reby Spraying Service and the town of Plainfield. Can you remember them well enough, or do you want me to read them all over again? Because I looked, and it looks like they're exactly the same. So it's the same letter of no objection from the town of Plainfield, and then the one about making sure that you paint it, light it, and build it without guy wires in these areas. So,
Anyone in favor?
yes.
Jeff Reby again.
Yes, I'm Jeff Reby again, and again, you didn't read the letter, but my nephew did misspell, or not misspell, but misspoke. It's supposed to be aviation orange and white on the paint. This is another example of a location that works for us, and each location that we look at, we have to look at from a number of different points. The fellow applicator who supports this location, which I support also, is a member of the Wisconsin AAA, who opposes the first tower site that we have, and that is because of that specific location. So each location you got to look at, and there's a number of factors that go into it, including what crop is going to be raised on it when. So all that stuff has a lot to do with whether a particular tower located in a particular place is a big problem or a problem you can work around. So there are better locations, there's worse locations, but what we try to do is find the location that works for everybody. And I sure wish that that we were able to be in communication before things got to this level, but it appears it's difficult to do. I was able to locate two towers, like the tower that is in downtown Almond. That was my location. There is a tower on, these are in Portage County, Bancroft. They were originally going to place that tower off the end of the runway of the other applicator that was mentioned tonight. And the state association, which he is a member of, got that tower moved before he even knew it was going to be there. So we do, the WAAA does is very active at trying to minimize the inconvenience and the hazards of what we do. Thank you.
Okay, we have registered to speak only in favor of the application. Register only in favor of the application, but not speak, John Carlson. And another one is registered only in favor of the application, but not to speak, is Linda Carlson. So, anyone know information only?
Nope, no one else registered. Well, now we're on the third cell tower application for the night, and this is the last one for the rest of you, so you won't have to hear any more about cell towers after this one. In case you haven't noticed, we've been moving north along I-39, so this is the one that's on the northern edge. When the committee visited the property, they noted I had the wrong fire number on the map, but the number is correct in the notice of public hearing. And so if you saw a lot of tracks out there, we drove around for a while before we figured out which driveway. There's 3 driveways actually there and 3 fire numbers. And we started on the south and worked our way back north. So that was all our tracks, sorry. The only tower that was visible from the site happened to be Plainfield's water tower. And they also noted that if a tower is placed here, a new fire number should be assigned for this property. This property would need combining with the neighboring lands under the same ownership so that all applicable setbacks can be met. And that would be it for my comments.
Any rebuttal by the applicant?
The only thing I would state is if there was a county requirement to work with the crop dusters, we certainly would have done so. We can't be steered by we're already steered by zoning. We're already steered by people who are interested in property. If we are told that we can, a crop duster or someone else is more interested in us moving one direction or another, that doesn't necessarily mean that the property owner is going to be interested, or that it's a large enough property, or anything else. Whether it's environmentally feasible. There are many factors when we bring these into you, and all 3 of these meet the factors. And that's all I have. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, one more question. Did I understand that you give the decision tonight verbally at the end of the meeting? I have a 6-hour drive. I'm just trying to think what I'm going to do.
3 more to go. Next application is Martin Finn of Oshkosh. Margaret Pearsall, landowner, has made application for conditional use in accordance with Section 58-454, parentheses 27, of the Waushara County Zoning Code to establish annual fall festival on weekends from mid-September to the end of October, which will include seasonal resale items and fall produce in an existing detached garage, an outdoor amusement area, entertainment, concessions, and a petting zoo in the AG General Ag Zone. Location approximately 21.870 acre parcel of land known as Lot 2 of Certified Survey Map number 5738, being part of the southeast 1/4 of the southwest 1/4, Section 9, Town of Marion, W6306 Cree Avenue. The applicant here? Come on up. So we need a name.
Karen Frederick Finn, and Martin Finn is my husband, and unfortunately he was not able to come because he is attending the National Conference for Farm Marketing and Agritourism in Virginia. So I will do the best that I can to relay the information that he has, as we will be hopefully co-owners of this property. We do have an accepted offer on the farm at Cree Avenue, but it is contingent on the zoning of that property. If you're interested, I do have a map of Marty's tentative plans for that property, which might clear it up as to what he wants to do with the different sections. So that is available. And I think you pretty much stated what we wanted to do, and that is a fall festival. And we would like to begin September 15th of this year and go through the last weekend in October. There are a number of buildings on site, and I guess we're still lacking some clarity. It sounds like most activities have to occur outside, which they can, except for the use of the garage, as you had said, for selling produce, and have a resale gift shop or garage sale within that building. Ideally, we would like to have the gift shop in the first level of the home, realizing we would have to meet ADA requirements there. So we would need some guidance in relation to those buildings. As you can see in the back, there is the larger pole building, and we really would like to have entertainment in that building if that is possible. For instance, having a puppet show, having musicians, clowns, that type of thing. This is a family-based fall festival, and we would have to secure liability insurance. There's a number of different things that we want to do, such as hay rides. Would like to have a cow train, a jumping pad, and it's pretty comprehensive right now. We're not sure we can achieve all of this by fall, but that's our long-range goal. We will provide food, and we've had a number of conversations with the zoning department gals, which we thank. And I think what we have decided on as far as food service, it's going to be limited items, and all items will be boxed items. And we have secured vendors for that. There is Cisco in Indian Head, and there is another one out there that can provide prepackaged foods with the delivery. The petting zoo, we actually have a vendor to bring animals in for those 12 days. And her name is Amanda Fisher, and she's out of Fremont, and she's familiar with the transportation of animals. We will, my husband has checked with Watoma Rental for the porta potties, so all toilet facilities will be outside, and also for hand washing basins out there. There will be a few of those, as you can see on the property. And I think that's really parking. My husband has talked to the Schruck family, who owns the property, and I'm directionally challenged, but if the front of the house is south, it would be on the east side. They own that field, and that would be the most ideal place for parking. If we can't come to agreement on that, which it sounded fairly promising, and I don't know if the Schruck family is here this evening, then we would go to using the far west. We would have to have a lane up that side going up to a backfield. So we have two alternatives for parking.
Okay. We have some questions from the committee to ask.
Sure.
There will be some questions in here I'll ask you that you've answered already, but we have to have it for the record. Could you describe the proposal in more detail? I guess you got it pretty much here.
Yes. Yes.
Will there be any employees outside of the immediate family?
Yes, there will be. At this point, we're not sure how many, but because of the activities, ideally, we would like an employee at each one of those activities, supervising, monitoring, controlling traffic. So there will be, we don't know how many at this point, but there will be other staff members, yes.
Can you guess?
What
Could I
sort-
guess? Well, they will definitely be seasonal, 10 to 15.
What sort of traffic do you anticipate at the peak time, and what sort of parking will you need?
Okay, I think I've addressed the parking already. We really are unsure how many people we might have. We have attended numerous pumpkin farms throughout Illinois and Wisconsin, and there could be as many as 100 cars there. These are, the areas we visited are a little bit more populated, except for the Juneau area. We did visit that one, but these places grow. So I would say at this point, possibly 100.
You know that you may plan additional parking in Area C. Do you really think this is a good idea, or do you want to keep the parking near the road and not where people are walking, children are playing, and wagons are transporting people?
Mm-hmm. Certainly, we would prefer, we actually would prefer it closer to the road. I think accessibility would be better. And we just would really have to make sure that the traffic flow would be safe.
Is there any advertising signs planned?
Yes, if you note on the diagram, there will be a sign in front of the house. We have talked about putting a billboard on Highway 41 and on 21. So yes, we have talked about that.
Are you aware of the state building codes and other state requirements, and will they be met?
We have learned a lot about that. I think we still need some clarity on the use of the buildings.
What sort of sanitary facilities are you planning?
I had talked about renting from Watoma Rental.
Okay. Are there any other activities or buildings planned other than what you've indicated on the site plan?
No, I think the diagram I gave you pretty much outlines what we're looking at, so that should provide more clarity as to what the plans are for the buildings and the outside.
Will all activities be outside, or will some activities take place inside?
What we have on there is that the garage will be utilized for the selling of produce and for the resale shop, unless we can have approval to utilize the house. And the pole barn way in the back would be utilized for entertainment if possible.
Are you planning any new driveways?
If the parking agreement cannot be made with the Schrucks to the right of the house, then yes, we would have to put some type of drive up to Area C.
Has there been a recent survey?
A recent survey. I'm not sure about that.
Do you know where the lot lines are?
Yes.
Do you plan to expand into any other seasons, such as Christmas or a spring planting festival?
At this point, we had talked possibly going into December and maybe offering cross-country skiing, but that would be well in the future.
If approval is granted, when would you start? This fall?
It would be this fall. I believe the date would be September 15th.
That's all the questions I have.
Any other questions from anybody? Okay, you can take a seat then. Correspondence?
We have no correspondence.
Okay, we have,
No one registered to speak in favor.
we have Andy Griswold speak in opposition and registered only in opposition to the application. So, if you want to speak, come on up. What's your name?
My name is Andy Griswold, Griswold. I'm not sure if I've got the same map that she's just handed to you. This is what I've got to go by. Area C is there's several things that are quite a concern to me that have not been addressed, but could have been if the Finns had come and spoken to the neighbors. They have not to us anyway. My property borders this property, their property, on the west for its entirety and on its north to its entirety. So my property goes around it on two sides. My first concern is with the proposed parking in Area C. On my map, where the C is right where I've got my beehives. And if they put parking there, they'll be less than 100 feet from 200-some thousand bees. I'm not sure what I could do. That's the only suitable place on my property to put beehives in my orchard. What I could do to protect the people getting in and out of their cars, kids running around, being zoned agricultural. It's a safe place for my bees. If that's a parking area, obviously that would change. I don't know what I would do with my bees at that point. That's one issue. There's also badgers that live in Area C that we've taken lots of pictures of. We give them a lot of space because they're kind of hard to come by these days. That would obviously change their dynamic too. There's no fencing on the border. We've got over 2,000 feet of common border with that property, and there's no way I or the Finns or anybody else could ensure that that 2,000 feet of border would be not encroached on. And having a lot of experience with Camp Webb and Camp Lakota, the guests are going to wander. I don't see any way that you can prevent that. With 2,000 feet of common border, 10 people can't cover that whole thing, and they're not all going to be watching the border. The dates that they're proposing, September, October, fall directly on turkey and deer bow season. And with weekends full of people, I can't turkey hunt. Obviously, you can't fire a gun with that many people running around. My property is only 300 feet wide toward the Cree Avenue end of it, and that's our prime turkey habitat, which obviously if they put a driveway in and parking and have all that traffic, that's going to impact one of the prime things we bought the property for, which was hunting. Likewise, bow deer season would be impacted because of the dates they're proposing. One of the things that we like to do on our property, we've put in a lot of walking paths. We like to run our dogs, walk our dogs up and down. We wouldn't be able to do that on weekends with that kind of traffic. 100 cars wouldn't fit in the area C either. I think maybe 30 or 40 at the very most. Also, that's not paved, it's not gravel, it's grass. And as you know, when it gets dry up here, one cigarette that someone flings on the grass will be a fire very quickly. And all of my property, most of my property is pine, so it'll burn very quickly. So I've got many other things to say, but I can just send a letter to you if that would help some out of time.
They will make a decision tonight, though, so, but.
Well, it's too small of a property for what they're proposing. And there's nothing they're proposing that Camp Lakota doesn't already do. That's an established local business. They're struggling a little bit. I don't see why we would siphon more clientele out of Camp Lakota, who's been trying very hard, and they offer everything that they're proposing to offer on a much too small of a property.
Okay, you have to
Thanks.
wrap it up. Next one is Tom DeMeyer. Appear and speak for information only.
I'm Tom DeMeyer. Just for your information, even though that area is zoned agriculture, there's only two logical accesses to that. One on 21st Avenue, one on 22nd Avenue to Cree, which are east and west off of Route 21, and there is a third one off of County Highway F. We have been deluged as residents with people who are doing a lot of renting of their places, and the traffic in that area in the spring, summer, and fall is getting more and more. In fact, one of our neighbors is renting year-round, and the traffic is getting terrible, and noise levels are going up, and litter along the road is going up. So as a resident, knowing the information I have right now, I would vote against it for those reasons.
The next one is Mary D. Meyer to speak for information.
My name is Mary DeMeyer. I'm not sure if this property is agriculturally zoned right now. Are they applying for a commercial zoning license?
They're applying for a conditional use permit in the ag zone.
Okay. As my husband just spoke, we are residential. And on Cottonville, which is within a half a mile of this property, we have 4 rentals in the summer, spring, fall. We could potentially have 60 visitors for a week's time who are not interested in maintaining any quality of life for the environment or for the neighborhood. We do not have a great deal of police traffic in this area, and there are issues that probably are going to need to be addressed with that many more people coming through. I just don't think it's the best place for this properties.
Okay. Next one, I got an address of N 1832 21st Avenue. We can't read the name.
Thank you.
David
I
Moeller.
tried.
Okay. I got 8 acres over by Andy there, and people are curious that don't live in the area. They've got those rentals that the others talked about. Those people inevitably end up in my backyard. The way they come in is off of Cree Avenue. I followed the tire tracks back because I have permission from the owner of the property to be on it. They come in off of Cree, just down from where this project is about to start. At that, I'll have probably 8 to 10 cars a year will come and they'll end up in my backyard. I put up a gate to try to keep these people out. When I ask them what they're doing there, they just took a ride through the woods. We're gonna have 100 more cars a weekend, which means people being curious. I'm gonna have probably about 20 cars driving through my backyard. Are they going to stop these people from, you can't be curious and drive in this lane off the road, which now at the gate I catch them down there and I turn them around. If I called the cops every time, cops wouldn't have anything else to do. So 100 cars is going to be 400 people. Not a good idea in my mind. Everybody out there is retired for the most part. It's a quiet neighborhood. Disruptive is not a word that would even begin to tell you what this is going to be like. I'm against it. That's what I got to say.
Okay, next staff comments.
When the committee visited the property, they noted that this is located relatively near to Little Hills Lake and that limited hours would lessen the impact on the neighbors. They also noticed that there are many things to consider when operating such an operation, including all the proper licensing and inspections that would be needed, sanitary facilities, and some general safety precautions. I think this might be a good time to point out that all land uses will have some impact on their neighbors. Even permitted uses have an impact. Obviously, homes and the people that live in them are permitted, and they have impacts on their neighbors. The applicants could purchase this property, and without having a conditional use, they could grow pumpkins, they could sell pumpkins, they could sell produce out of the garage, they could have periodic rummage sales. Those things are all permitted. It's the other things that were added to the Fall Festival that kicked them up into the category where they needed a conditional use permit. So some of these things could be permitted, even though it's part of the application, without getting the conditional use. It's the rides, it's the entertainment, it's the food sales kind of thing. So just so you're clear on that. The addition of some of the other recreational activities obviously will have more impact, and it's something that the committee needs to consider. And as the committee considers every proposal, they can try to come up with conditions that will lessen or temper those impacts. and they're sure to come with approving of any application. I would certainly say that if the business expands beyond what is being proposed, and there was an approval tonight, that there should certainly be a condition that the underlying zoning would need to change to commercial. There was some discussion of a restaurant, a gift shop, you know, maybe evening entertainments, other seasons, and I think we go beyond the conditional use permit and now start talking about a commercial property. And it certainly would no longer be predominantly agricultural. So that's it. Oh, and one more thing. For uses such as this, 2 driveways would be the maximum. So if you had to install another driveway, you would have to abandon one of them that's already there. Just so you realize the maximum number of driveways permitted would be 2. That's it for my comments.
Applicant have any rebuttal?
I just want to say that I do appreciate the neighbors' comments, and there would be staff members directing traffic and keeping people within our area, so we would make sure that we had staff to direct that. I'm not sure what I can do about the beehives or the badgers. There is a possibility, even though it may not be feasible, to put up some type of wooden fence or something like that, or metal fence around the property of a 2,000 feet. It certainly could be roped off some way. I'm sure we could manage to do that. So that would just be my rebuttal there.
The next application is Delbert and Dale Johannes of Berlin. Made application for conditional use in accordance with Section 58-664, Parent 2, Parent 9 of the Washington County Zoning Code to establish used car sales, auto detailing, and repair in the CG General Commercial Zone. Location approximately 1.440 acre parcel, land being part of the southwest one quarter of the southwest one quarter, less highway deed in volume 359, page 194, in Section 8, Town of Aurora, W 2072, State Road 21. State your name and tell us what your project is.
My name is Dale Johannes. We purchased this property from Washington County probably a little over a year ago, year and a half ago maybe, for the intention to fix it up a little bit and start a used car lot, small family-run business. Basically, all we want to do is have 5-6 cars for sale. There won't be a whole lot of repair going on there. Basically, more detail work. There are storage buildings back there that we rent out. We gravelled the whole back of the back lot already, so it's easier to access the storage buildings and store stuff. I guess this property was previously a used car dealership. We just want to upgrade it and get it running again. It was sitting empty for a number of years, and we just want to get it back in shape. I guess that's what
Okay, we have some committee questions.
Standard questions. Dale, could you describe the proposed business in some more detail? Like, what is the detailing business about, and how does that operate?
Well, just when we purchase cars and stuff, some need some work, and they got to be cleaned, buffed, whatever needs to be done to them. Basically, whatever is going to be on the car lot is what we're going to be using the shop for.
So the detailing does not involve painting necessarily, and
It may, if it needs somewhat, but it's not going to be an auto-body shop.
Okay.
It's going to be
will there be any employees outside the immediate family?
and later on in the future maybe, but it's all going to be family.
What sort of traffic will there be, and what sort of parking will you need?
But there's the whole front lot is all blacktop already. Like I stated before, it was previously a car lot before. I anticipate approximately maybe 10 cars a day. That's a guesstimate. So.
And you would anticipate that there is adequate room for parking for people?
Yeah, there's parking in the front, and like I said, I graveled the whole back of the whole lot, so there's 1.5 acres of parking, basically.
Okay, will any vehicles waiting to be serviced stored outside?
There may be,
And would that be in the back of the buildings or?
yes. Eventually, I would like to put a fence back there to put them in.
Okay. Will there be only vehicles for sale?
Only vehicles, what do you mean, like cars or?
Yep.
99%, yes.
Okay.
And they'll all be in the front?
Will be in the front, yes.
And how many vehicles do you think you can park there?
We're trying for about 5 to keep in front of the, for sale.
Let me see. We just dealt with where cars will be parked, and so I guess that's out of the way. And the cars that you're going to be working on will be parked behind the building. Is there an advertising, is the advertising sign that is there the only one planned?
There's the existing one that was there. I used that. The only other sign I got is going to be on the building, up on the peak. And that's all the signs that we
Okay, up on the front of the building?
Right.
Are you aware of the state building codes and any other state requirements, and will they all be met?
Yes, they will.
What sort of sanitary facilities are present, will be provided?
There's a bathroom in the shop area with a holding tank.
Okay. Will all storage of parts and detailing activities be done inside the building?
Yes, plus we got the storage facility to use. So,
Are there any floor drains in the building, and if so, how are these wastes disposed of?
there's no floor drains.
Are any other additions or buildings planned other than what is present on the property?
The only thing that I want to do is later on put a small fence up.
Are you planning any changes on the driveway from the highway?
Not at this time, no.
Has there been a recent survey?
I believe there was, because we bought it through the county. I think they had one done maybe.
But
I'm not sure.
But you do know where the lot lines
Yes, I
are?
do.
Okay. If an approval is granted, when would you start to operate this business?
Once this is approved, then we got to apply for a dealership license, which would probably be, I'm guessing, 2-3 months down the road for sure.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, you can be seated.
Okay.
Any correspondence?
Yes. We received 3 letters. The first is from Sue Hale, Supervisor of the Town of Aurora, and it says, I support the approval of a conditional use permit to establish a used car sales lot in the Town of Aurora to Delbert and Dale Johannes. The second is from C.J. Young, also a Supervisor of the Town of Aurora, and it says, I, C.J. Young, Supervisor for the Town of Aurora, intend to support the conditional use permit application for Dale and Delbert Johannes and their new business of used car sales. And finally, there's one from Kevin Krentz, Town of Aurora Chairman, and it says, I would recommend the approval of the conditional use permit for Delbert and Dale Johannes for establishing a used car sales, auto detailing, and repair shop in the Town of Aurora. That's it for correspondence, and no one registered to speak.
Staff comments.
When the committee visited this property, they noted that area for vehicles for sale or waiting to be serviced is somewhat limited. Kind of glad you only want 5 cars for sale, because we were thinking it wouldn't fit much more than 10, so you'd have room for customer parking. And if there's cars waiting to be serviced, they should not be visible from the public roadways. This is a reopening of a similar business to what was here before, and if it's properly operated and maintained, should not pose a problem. So that's it for my comments.
Anything you want to say back?
Just that, basically I want to get the sale started because I guess my dad's starting to get a little older, and I'd rather see him starting to sell cars instead of working on them all the time. I guess that's all I got.
Okay. And our next project here is text amendments. I guess we'll let Terry take it from there.
Sure. I'll explain a little bit about the text amendment process and what we're doing tonight, and then what the next steps are. Every year as we use our codes, we note items that may need tweaking or that should be amended. Sometimes suggestions come from agencies we work with, such as DNR or Commerce, who is now known as Safety and Professional Services, and that caused a lot of the text amendments. Because they changed their name, we have to change all our references in our code. Sometimes the code amendments come from staff. They note that something's unclear. Maybe it's a typographical error. Maybe things are out of touch with the way things work, or that we've done things for years. And there's always law changes at the state level that we need to keep up with. Sometimes suggestions come from the public or municipalities too. And then in the winter, we look at all those areas of the code and make changes where necessary. The amendments before you are a result of that process. We have given them to all interested agencies, and they have been reviewed by our Corp Counsel, and all comments received so far have been favorable. There are 2 code chapters that need to be reviewed at tonight's public hearing. Those are amendments to the Utilities and Zoning Code. The Planning and Zoning Committee will review changes to the subdivision and building and mechanical codes later tonight at their business meeting. The changes proposed are not sweeping or contain a lot of new material. They really are just some tweaking and cleanup, as I had mentioned. If these amendments are approved by the committee, they will go to the county board for adoption at one of their upcoming regular business meetings, and they only become effective after adoption by the full county board. The committee reviewed all the proposed amendments in January at their business meeting, and any comments that they had were incorporated into the final draft. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I do have to tell you that late this afternoon, I did receive a letter from DNR that had a couple of suggestions, and I was a little dismayed that it came so late, but there is some suggestions from DNR. I don't know if you want me to read it into the record, and then you can consider
We should.
consider whether you'd want to maybe add these in before it goes to county board. I'm writing to provide comments regarding the proposed amendments to Chapter 58 that are to be heard by the Waushara County Planning and Zoning Committee tonight. My comments pertain only to amendments related to shoreline zoning. I am providing these comments in place of making an appearance in person. Please have them delivered to and/or read before the Planning and Zoning Committee. Regarding Section 58-235, the department suggests removing "and patios" in your explanatory note. Patios are not specifically mentioned in the code, or specifically mention patios in the code. This section is titled Open Decks, no mention of patios. And for Section 58-903, the department recommends for clarity that lake and stream be replaced with navigable water, and the last word water be replaced with ordinary high water mark. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments regarding the proposed amendments to Chapter 58 that are to be heard tonight, and please contact me if you have any questions regarding this email. And that's signed Michael Wenholtz, Department of Natural Resources. And so that's the only thing we got on the text amendments.
So are those something that we need to consider tonight?
If you want me to do it at this time, we could certainly easily amend that draft and then send that on to county board with these changes. Again, they aren't very substantive. They're kind of more semantics, if you ask me, but if it makes DNR happy, then maybe that's something we should consider. Otherwise, I will throw it in a file and we'll look at it next year. Either way.
We'll let the committee decide that.
Yep. And that's it for text amendments.
Okay, that'll close our portion. We'll be going down to the hallway to the right, to the next room down there for our meeting. And the Board of Adjustments will take over here.
Were you asking me before if I would? Well, I don't know what kind of motion I'm gonna make.
Yeah, I know.
Sure. I'm always ready.
Okay, everybody ready?
Quite. Oh, I need a pen?
Right now.
Okay, go ahead. So I got-
Okay. I'll call this meeting of O'Shara County Board of Adjustments to order. This meeting will be conducted in the same manner as the applications heard by the Planning and Zoning Committee. Please remember to keep your comments brief and relative to the matters at hand. The same time limits will apply to testimony, which is 5 minutes for the applicant, outside of committee questions, and 3 minutes for other testimony, including any rebuttal by the applicant. Anyone other than the applicant or their representative wishing to speak at this hearing must have registered. Anyone who is not should do so immediately and submit the registration slip to the zoning administrator. Am I right? The committee has looked at all the properties, and the record will reflect these observations. Following the public meeting, the board will conduct their monthly business meeting, at which time we will vote on all the applications. You may stay to hear how the applications are decided, or you may leave following the public hearing. Any person affected by an administration decision of this committee has 10 days from the filing of tonight's decision to file an appeal. Such appeals are heard by the Waushara County Circuit Court. Information on appeals is available from the Clerk of Court's office and qualified legal counsel. The county assumes no liability and makes no warranty as to the legality of any construction that's commenced prior to the expiration of the 30-day period. I'll now introduce the committee. We have on my left Larry Tim, Kevin Fitzgerald, Vern Tolkson. I'm George Wilson, and on the far left is Corporate Counsel Ruth Zwuski. And on my right is our zoning administrator, introduced before, Terry Dopp-Postat. We'll look at the first application for variance. Lon and Michelle Bertram, Franklin, Wisconsin, have made application for a variance in according with Section 58, 826, Parent B, 5852, Parent C, Parent 2, and Parent 4, and 58-235, Parent B, Parent 2 of the Waushara County Zoning Code to construct an approximate 28 by 42, 1.5-story single-family dwelling on a basement existing single-family dwelling to be raised, coming to within 5 feet of the state road right-of-way, 7 feet on the easterly lot line, and coming to within 14 feet of the ordinary high water mark with an attached approximate 8 by 20 and 12 by 20 L-shaped deck, coming within 6 feet of the ordinary high water mark, and to construct a 24 by 44 addition onto an existing non-conforming 14 by 22 detached garage. cumulative improvements exceeding 50% of the equalized value of an existing non-conforming accessory structure, non-conforming due to state highway right-of-way setbacks in an RS-20 residential single-family zone within the shoreland area. Location is an approximately 100 by 132-foot parcel of land on the northwest shore of Silver Lake between State Road 21 and Silver Lake, being part of Government Lot 2, part of the south one-half of the north one-quarter, Section 6, Town 18 North, Range 11 East, Town of Marion, Silver Lake, W7211 West Silvercrest Lake Road. Silver Lake Road is the applicant.
I'm Lon Bertram.
And I'm Michelle Bertram.
I'd request that you stand about 6 foot from the, or 6 inches from the microphone. When you talk. You'll have to, otherwise it doesn't record on the equipment.
We would like to explain why we are here tonight requesting a variance. We started work on the addition to our lake property after we were granted a variance in August of 2010. We were subsequently forced to halt construction after falling out of compliance with our variance. We are out of compliance with our current variance because our contractor removed the existing walls of our building. Our family, not myself because I was pregnant at the time, we now have a 9-month-old at home, but our family, my husband, my brother, and even my mom, worked together the last weekend of August of 2011, removing the interior finishings of the building. We took out the drywall. I put myself in there like I was there. My family took out the drywall, took out the insulation, the plumbing, the electrical, and my mom even pulled the nails out of the studs, keeping those walls there. After that was finished, the interior was out of the building, then we turned the job over to our contractor. And he worked on the new portion of the foundation and completed that part of the job. Then the high windstorm of the Labor Day weekend, 2011, came through the Wautoma area. Our contractor put our project on hold while he repaired other homes that had been damaged from the storm. When our contractor returned to the job site after the storm, he removed the existing walls. He started over with new lumber in order to build a structurally sound building that would meet all of the stringent building codes of Wisconsin. Our contractor's removal of these walls forced us out of compliance with our previously granted variance. Based on our discussion with Terry Poxat, we are applying for a new variance. This new variance is only requesting the board's approval of the plans as previously approved. I'd like to repeat, this new variance is only requesting the board's approval of the plans as previously approved. We are not asking for anything different. The only difference is that the existing walls are no longer there. The foundation and the floor system already in place is sound and will support the proposed structure. And then finally, for the record, there is no basement, but rather a crawl space. We noticed this error on that notice of public hearing.
You're going to speak, or is that? Okay, there's a few questions that we would like to ask you for the record to go on the tape. Has there been a recent survey so we're sure of where all the lot lines and the ordinary high water mark are located?
Yes, there has.
Are you absolutely sure of the road right away?
Yes, we are.
Have you talked to the township and the state about this?
There have been no objections, yes.
How will you deal with erosion and stormwater runoff?
We have talked to
Tom Litwin.
Thank you.
Tom Litwin.
Tom Litwin, and he has helped us come up with a plan per. Okay. We are proposing to install infiltrators to catch the rainwater runoff, as discussed with Tom Litwin, per his plan.
Will this be on an existing foundation, and are there plans for a walkout basement?
Yeah, I think because of the error typing in the basement, there's nothing to do with any basement. It's merely a crawl space.
There was a basement shown on the last plans that you submitted, so there's a cross-section, so I think that's where we got the basement from.
Okay. So,
we didn't just make it up.
okay.
There is a basement shown on the plan, so.
Okay, that's an error. It's just a crawl space, and there's not a plan for any basement.
How far above the existing grade will the first floor elevation be, and how much filling and grading will need to be done? How high is the first floor off of the ground?
10 feet? Just the first floor you're talking, or?
The
No,
bottom of the first floor?
Yeah, your floor.
The bottom floor.
It's all existing, and there should be no change to the way it is. It's all in already.
But your first floor is about 18 inches off the
Yep.
ground, I would guess. I think there's about 3 steps or.
And it won't require any additional grading because it's currently in place. No change to that.
And the finished height of the house will be?
27 feet.
And are there any other improvements planned?
No.
What about the connection to municipal sewer?
That would be the same as it was previously.
Okay. You're not changing that at all?
No change.
Have you considered other options, such as building a home of a different configuration that would fit the lot dimensions better?
We have, but we feel that as one of the things that we talked about would really disrupt the ground and everything that's there. We already have a very solid foundation that's in place, and that would be better used than starting over and disrupting everything that's there, possibly having things run into the lake.
Okay. Have you considered tearing down the old garage or the present garage and starting over?
We have considered that, but because the garage is structurally sound, we felt it made sense to keep it and use what had been there.
Will there be enough room for parking outside the garage and turning around to prevent backing into the town road?
There is actually adequate space for turning your car around on the property, so you won't need to back into the road.
Have you considered modifying the deck so that it's located further from the lake?
We did, however, the lot is very limited and there's not a lot of area to go back.
What are the hardships that are unique to the property and the limitations which would support this?
Leading me right into this here. Because it's a non-conforming lot and it really has a limited depth, it's really difficult to put something else together, a plan. You know, if only there were a little bit more space, or if we had a deeper lot.
Are you committed to revegetating the shoreline?
Most definitely. We have put together a plan with Tom Litwin and have submitted that and are planning to implement that.
And if approved tonight, do you know what approvals and permits you would need?
We do.
Do you understand that your old permit has been rescinded and will need to be reissued?
We do understand that. That's why we're here.
And if an approval is granted, when would you anticipate construction to be completed?
We would like to have the contractor pick up where he left off. Trusses are out on the property, ready to go.
Do you anticipate he'd be done this summer, or?
I would like him to be done in the next 4 weeks, but I think I might be a little aggressive on that.
The weather's agreeing with you, though.
It is a good season for building.
Is there any committee questions for the applicant?
Yes, I would like to just go back to question 13. If you've considered modifying the deck so as to located further from the water, and I didn't understand you. I didn't understand your answer.
Okay. We did talk about going out to the side with the deck a little bit more. Right, that would be to the west. Do you want to- Okay. We did consider that, I guess, but because it was in place already, we were hoping to keep the way it is. Did that explain, or?
Well, no,
you were looking for-
I understood this time.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Do you understand that this variance is a new variance and this board can make other demands on you?
I do understand that. We do understand that.
How about all correspondence that we have?
We do have some. We have a letter from the DNR. You can take a seat and then come back. This usually takes a little while. It's addressed to me, Terry. I'm writing to provide comments regarding the Bertram, Henke, and Pius property variance requests that are to be heard before the Waushara County Board of Adjustments tonight. Thank you for your time and assistance in discussing these requests and providing me with application materials. I am providing these comments in place of making an appearance in person. Please have them delivered to and/or read before the Board of Adjustments. Regarding the Bertram property, he writes, the department understands, number one, the home was a legal nonconforming structure as it lied mostly within the 35-foot averaged ordinary high water mark setback. Number two, a variance was granted for an addition to the principal structure and for a proposed garage on August 26th of 2010. Number three, the builder violated the land use permit issued on August 25th, 2011 by completely raising the existing principal nonconforming structure, and that the land use permit was rescinded on October 16th, 2011. And number four, the proposed request increases the size of the footprint of a formerly existing non-conforming structure. To start with, unnecessary hardship has not been demonstrated as required for granting a variance. The explanation the applicant provided in the application is simply a rewording of a unique property limitation. For this reason alone, this variance request should be denied. Furthermore, it is difficult to consider the proposed tripling or more of a garage a modestly rebuilt new structure as stated in the application. Two sections of the Waushara County Zoning Code, 58-235 parens B4 and 58-235B7A or 58-235B8A, address and provide direction regarding the raised nonconforming principal structure. It is clear in these sections of the ordinance that any time a structure is deliberately damaged, or in this case raised, and or damaged to the extent of more than 50% of its equalized assessed value at the time it was damaged, both of which apply in this case, the structure can only be reconstructed in conformity of the code. That means in this case that the principal structure, and according to section 58-235 parens G, including the deck as it was reconstructed or raised, must be moved entirely behind the 35-foot averaged ordinary high water mark setback. Any existing foundation can be removed and the land revegetated. According to the surveyed site plan in the application, there is plenty of room behind the 35-foot averaged ordinary high water mark setback for a principal structure of similar size and area as what existed, plus the proposed addition. It also provides room for nearly doubling of the garage in its current location if that is desired. However, this may need a variance in order to exceed the 50% rule of section 58-235B2. Finally, there is also room behind the 35-foot averaged ordinary high water mark setback for a smaller deck if it needs to be moved. Obviously, this means the proposed 24 by 44 square foot garage would not be constructed, but this is of less priority as meeting the code given the circumstances. To not hold to the code in this case can lead to significant problems of maintaining consistency for the County Land Conservation and Zoning Department and the Board of Adjustments in the future. It is not the fault of the county or the Board of Adjustments that the structure was illegally raised, thus resulting in a rescinding of the original BOA decision. The actions of the applicant or their agent have completely changed the nature of this site and the shoreland zoning approach to be considered. There are clear county code procedures in place to cover such cases, and the department recommends the BOA follow those in this case. Please note that these comments are in regard to shoreline zoning only and do not reflect applicable erosion control, waterway permitting, or other department regulations. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments regarding the Bertram, Henke, and Pius property variance requests. Please contact me if you have any questions regarding this email. And that's signed Michael Wenholtz, Department of Natural Resources. Then we have several letters in favor. The first was received on February 13th from Audrey Reininger, Reininger, and it says, "Dear committee members, I am in support of the proposed variance that the Bertrams are requesting at W7211 West Silver Lake Road. They showed me their plans to add building space going back to the road and to add a second story. My property lies adjacent to theirs. Please grant this variance for them so that they will have more space for their family. Thank you sincerely, Audrey Reininger." Then there's one from Glenn and Donna Ellenbecker, Ellenbecker. And that's also written to "Dear committee members, we support the Bertrams' proposed variance at W7211 West Silver Lake Road. We met them prior to their purchase of this property a few years ago. We shared with them the many things this lake and community have to offer. We would like to help them get approval of this variance so that their family will have more space. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and again, sincerely, Glenn and Donna Ellenbecker. They're at W7199 State Road 21. And then on February 7th, we received a letter from Thomas and Kathy Larson. "Dear committee members, we are writing today to advise you of our support for the proposed variance at W7211 West Silver Lake Road requested by the Bertrams. They have shared their plans with us, and we agree that this proposal would benefit our community. Throughout the last few years, we have watched the Bertrams spend countless hours restoring and beautifying the property that lies adjacent to ours. We are asking you to grant this variance for them so that their family may continue to enjoy the property to its fullest. Thank you for your consideration." Signed, Thomas Larson. And that's it for correspondence.
Anyone in favor that is going to speak?
We have several people that are registered in favor but do not wish to speak, and they are Eugene and Linda Fenner, Don and Nancy Mays, John Trailer, and Kathy Larson. Do you want to see them, or want them to raise their hand, or?
Are they here?
Yeah, is everybody here? Yep, okay.
They all wanted to speak, or wanted to know they're in favor, but
Yep,
not to speak.
but no one asked to speak. So that's it for people registering.
Obviously, nobody is objecting. Anybody to speak for information only?
Nope.
Staff comments?
For the record, the board has been furnished with all the application materials that were submitted, and then they did visit the properties tonight, except for the appeal, but they did visit the 3 variance properties. When the board visited the property, they noted that the existing garage does not meet the required setback to the road right away, and the foundation of the old cottage exists, as well as the foundation for the addition that was approved by the variance from August of 2010. They also noted that a new site plan has not been provided, showing that this is all new construction or that there's area for parking or a turnaround, as was suggested as being proposed. This is certainly a unique situation we found ourselves in. I guess, we have to look at the facts and not dwell on what has happened to get us to this point. Obviously, that's something that does play a part, but it's not something that we should dwell at or even try to ascertain the intentions of the owner. We must concentrate on whether this is the right structure to be placed on this lot. There was an approval to add on to the cottage that used to be here in the same configuration as what is being asked for now. And so I believe the board has played a part in getting us to this point, albeit a very small part and certainly unintentional on their part. But that just leads us back to the question of what construction should be allowed on this particular property. It is certainly true that a new home cannot be built here unless a variance is granted. So the board must decipher what size home this lot can accommodate, whether the request for a detached garage addition is suitable both in its requested size and its requested location, or even whether a garage is appropriate for this lot at all. They must determine where the home and all its attachments should be located on the parcel, what setbacks should be relaxed to accommodate a suitable home or other structures, what impacts construction are going to have on the lot, and finally, what mitigation measures are sufficient to protect the lake, the road, neighboring properties, and the public at large. It's certainly not an easy job, and I'm really glad I'm not one of the board members tonight, but it's one that they are charged with. We have asked Corp Counsel to be here too, so I'm going to ask if there's any comments throughout the evening from Corp Counsel or any questions of Corp Counsel as we go through these variances.
I just was wondering, in regards to the DNR's letter, they indicated that there was room for a house of the same size meeting the 35 feet. I thought when we looked at that wasn't accurate, and I was just wondering about that.
Well, it certainly needs a variance because the road setback overlaps with the 35 feet. So, you know, for him to say it meets or that it would fit, I think he's looking at the water setback, and he usually disregards all other setbacks.
Okay. And that's something that this board needs to take into account. While the water setback is important, all of the other setbacks that the county has imposed are also equally important. So that is something that you should consider in your decision.
Rebuttal by the applicant.
Thank you for bringing that up because I was scratching my head wondering how that would be possible, but it makes more sense now that Terry has clarified. If they're thinking just of the water setback, then certainly we could maybe put a house up on the road if that would be preferred, but when, you know, if you're disregarding the road setback, then that makes more sense, I guess, why the DNR would think that there is space to do a different configuration, but we did talk about lots of different options and couldn't come up with anything. That's it. Thank you.
Having no more, we'll move to the second variance that we have tonight. Randy and Chris Henke, Glencoe, Illinois, have made application for a variance in accordance with Section 58-232, Parent 3, and 58-826, Parent B of the Waushara County Zoning Code to construct a 26 by 28 detached garage coming within 10 foot of the right-of-way of Chicago Point Road, 30-foot setback required. That is 24 feet in height, 18-foot maximum height allowed in an RS-20 single-family residential zone within the shoreland area. Location, a parcel of land on east shore of Lakeview Point subdivision, Lot 1 of certified survey map number 733, and adjacent parcel. Less certified survey map number 1311 and part of the southwest 1/4 of the east 1/4, section 6, town 18 north, range 11 east, town of Marion, Silver Lake, N2180 Chicago Point Road. Is the applicant present?
Hey, I'm Randy Henke. Thank you for giving me the opportunity tonight. We've been on the lake for 10 years now, and we hope to retire here. The current house is on one level with all the basements and the utilities in the basement, and there's an issue with the steps. They work perfectly, but I worry that when we get older, it'll be harder to get up and down. So our long-term goal is to convert the existing garage into a master suite with a utility room so we can have, in our retirement years, it all on one floor. So to do that, we need to replace the garage space. I've worked very closely with Terry and her group. We've looked at a attached garage. The problem we have with the lot is that the lot's very flat for about half of it, and then it drops off very steeply down to the Shannon property. It's probably about, excuse me, about a 15-foot drop from the current driveway down to the Shannon property, and it's leveler at the front and gets steeper as you go back towards the lake. So back towards the lake, it gets steepest. So if you add an attached garage, adjacent to the existing garage. That will put you within the side setback, so I'd have to come back for a variance on that. And then because the steepness of the slope, I measured it by using a ruler off the roof, and it comes very close to exceeding the 35-foot if I use the existing roof lines to try to put an attached garage on. So we've looked at that pretty closely. The other problem with that is you'd have to build a very large retaining wall for the approach to that driveway, and then the garage itself. And then the only way to get the lake would be to go down that 15-foot across the back of the garage and back up about 8 or 10 feet back up to the back lot, unless you went through the garage somehow. So we looked at this detached garage, and that has the least. Again, that's where the ground is the flattest. It's flatter on it would be the west side than on the east side, but that's up against the road right away. We set it back as far as possible and only left a 5-foot space between the existing garage and the proposed attached garage. We pushed it as far away from the road as possible. That gets us 10 foot back, and the height issue is purely to do with the slope. There was some confusion. Terry and I actually met with the town chairman out there to show him what actual stakes were what. There was a confusion over the property stake versus the building stakes. I also met with the town supervisor out there. The property has been surveyed. I've talked to all the neighbors. I know several of the neighbors have wrote a letter. 2 of the neighbors who haven't, I talked to the Rosses back in the fall. They had no comment at that time. And I finally met my other neighbor. Now, in 5 years, it's the first time I've ever met him, last in November, and he had no comment, and I don't know if he's made a comment or not. There is a concern because we live on the 5 houses down there are on the dead end of the point. And this was a concern from the Rosses, so I've talked to the town. I've wrote them an email, which I've copied Terry on, asking them for consideration. There used to be a dead-end sign at the turnaround, so I've asked the town to consider re-putting up that dead-end sign, because obviously the concern is people pull down there, they don't know where to go, how to turn around. Most of the cars use my driveway to turn around, which I've never taken exception to. And this will actually make the driveway slightly bigger, so it actually makes a slightly better access at the end of the dead end road than it would if I don't do this. So that's what I'm proposing to do. I'll happily answer your questions.
We've got some questions to ask to go to the record. And has there been a recent survey on the property?
It was surveyed when I bought it, but the Sayers to the south and the Shannons to the north are both building, and all the stakes are there. They're very easy to find. So it's been surveyed by both the neighbors recently.
Are you certain of the road right-of-way and the lot lines?
Yes, again, the stakes are all out there, and there's actually strings out there showing where those right-of-way lines are right now.
Have you talked to the township and your neighbors about the construction of the garage?
Yes, I met personally out there with the town chairman and town supervisor on site, and I've talked to all of the neighbors that have any impact that are beyond the dead end or the turnaround.
How will you deal with stormwater runoff and potential erosion in this area?
It's about 72 feet or so from the lake, and it's a natural drainage swale behind the Shannon garage. So obviously we'd route the gutters or whatever down into that swale so it can travel towards the lake and run through the grassy area before it gets to the lake.
How will you deal with stormwater runoff and potential erosion in the area? Which is what you just asked.
Yeah. Well, during construction, obviously we'll have a building permit, and whatever silt fence or hay bales or other things would be required would obviously be done.
Okay. Is there enough room for maintenance of the road and turning around at the dead end?
There isn't today at all. The right-of-way actually gets down to as narrow as 29 feet as it goes past my property or down towards the Shannon property, and that's always been the concern of the right-of-way just narrows as it comes past Sarah's house down to the point. And
what type of foundation will be used on the garage?
Concrete poured foundation.
Poured. How far above the existing grade will the floor elevation be, and how much filling and grading will need to be done?
The front of the garage would be at grade. that you could drive right off my existing driveway. On one end very much, the other end maybe a little bit of a rise. But then, again, the slope runs off. The intention is to, and the drawings show you, is to side that all the way down to the ground and not do any filling or grading because of the setbacks and what that would do to. There's just not a lot of room to grade around it, so we're proposing to side it down so it has a good look and not just a concrete look sticking out.
What will the finished height of the garage be from the ground to the highest peak?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 24 feet, and that varies across the back because the back slopes to the lake.
Will there be any storage space under the floor of the garage on the high side?
No.
Will there be enough room for parking in the driveway?
Yeah, I have a pretty big driveway now, room for about 6 or 7 cars. And that adds just a little bit more driveway.
Will there be enough room for turning around in the driveway?
If there's only one car there, you can make a turnaround today. This adds a little space, and it depends how I finish it off. Again, if there's 1 or 2 cars there, you'll be able to turn around. But again, right now, everybody down at that point has to back onto the road. What I tend to do, or we tend to do, is pull and back into our driveway. That makes it much easier to get out.
Have you considered other options for a garage or a storage space? For example, adding on to the eastern existing attached garage?
Yeah, I think I explained that earlier. That creates its own issues and its own variance requirement that I have to come back for if I tried to do an attached garage.
What are the hardships and unique property limitations that would support a garage of this height in this location?
As I said, a lot has to do with this slope. The other concern I have is it's a beautifully wooded lot, and by doing it here, I counted it today, there's 12 trees I have to take out, and if I put in the attached garage, it would take out about 22 and would totally destroy that side of the tree. So this has the least impact between myself and the Shannon property, which is the only neighbor I have on that side.
Are there any other improvements being planned?
Terry and I have met out there. I have a non-conforming deck. I call it a landing, but it's a deck. And we've studied that pretty hard to come up with a solution to fix it. And it's not a cheap, easy fix because of the old foundations below it. If this is granted, then it would only make sense for me to do that at the same time because I have equipment mobilized, people there, and a way to get in there and get stuff out. So if the garage is granted, then I would intend to come back to Terry and work through a final plan for this deck elimination or repair and do that at the same time. There's one other thing I want to do, but it's a totally compliant thing. It would just take a building permit, and that's resurfacing the lower deck in the front of the house.
What other plans for the existing attached garage? What are your plans for the existing attached garage?
It's going to become the garage because I want to take the existing garage and convert it to a...
Become living area?
That's going to become living area of the house.
How much living space is in the present home?
Between 1,900 and 2,000 square feet. And that would add about 600 square feet.
Where are utilities such as sewer and electric located, and will this construction interfere with any of those?
Won't affect the sewer at all. Sewer runs out through the middle of my existing driveway. The existing ComEd pole is about 10 or 15 feet onto my property, right on the corner where this garage will be, so that ComEd pole will have to be moved.
Have you spoke to these people?
No, well, I haven't, but I had our builder talk to them some time ago. That service at that pole serves myself, the Shannons, and the Rosses, so it's 3 properties. So that should be moved over to the right-of-way line and put where it belongs. It's not way in where it belongs. It should be, when it gets moved, it should be moved to the proper location.
If an approval is granted, when would you start construction?
As soon as I can get plans together and off to Terry, I'd like to do this as much as I can ahead of the summer so that we don't screw up the summer.
Okay, you could sit down now.
Thank you.
And any committee, excuse me. Any committee?
Yeah, I have some questions. You keep referring to a Shannon property. I don't have a Shannon property on my map.
It's the one on the point. It
was
was.
the point.
It's the one that was sold?
Yep.
At Cavill? That's
Yep.
the name of the that
Yep.
was the Shannon property?
Yep.
No,
We
it
might
is
not
the
have-
Shannon property
Is-
now.
It is now. We just
Now?
might not have updated.
Okay. You were here on September 15th and testified before this board, and you stated to this board that you needed this garage for storage, because when you come up in the winter, you want to park in a garage. You were denied on that date for the deck and the garage. Has this new plan, garage, been moved or altered from the original plan that you were before this board?
It's the exact same location.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All correspondence? You can sit down now, for real.
We have a letter from DNR, as I had stated before. Terry, I'm writing to provide comments regarding the Bertram, Henke, and Pius property variance requests that are to be heard before the Washera County Board of Adjustments tonight. Thank you for your time and assistance in discussing these requests and providing me with application materials. I am providing these comments in place of making an appearance in person. Please have them delivered to and/or read before the BOA. Regarding Henke, says, since the proposed garage is to be constructed outside the average 37-foot ordinary high watermark setback, the department has no comment on the specific variance request. However, please note that the work being considered that is mentioned in the application narrative should not be considered any part of this variance request. It is separate work that must stand on its own in regard to the shoreline zoning provisions of the Washera County Zoning Code. Please note that these comments are in regard to the shoreline zoning only and do not reflect applicable erosion control, waterway permitting, or other department regulations. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments regarding the Bertram, Henke, and Pius property variance requests. Please contact me if you have any questions regarding this email, and that's signed Michael Wenholtz, Department of Natural Resources. We also have several letters, well, that I think are in favor. So the first one I'll let you decide because it's from Bob Ross. And it's actually addressed to Christine, one of our staff. Thank you for sending the information to me for review. Mary Ross is in North Carolina for now and is not able to attend any meetings. I am responding on her behalf. I have been informed that there is a new request for a variance for the property at 2180 Chicago Point Road. It appears to be similar to the request of last September. The work appears to be significant, but for the most part we have no objection. Our only objection or concern is the same as we expressed last September. My family is the owner of property at 2181 Chicago Point Road. We have owned the property since the early 1960s. We are directly across the road. The properties at the end of Chicago Point Road are rather unique. The road dead ends at our properties. There is no turnaround. Access to the cottages is very restricted, and getting in and out is a challenge with just normal family use. It becomes pretty congested when there are guests. It is also difficult for the garbage truck and other delivery vehicles to get to the property on a quiet day. We do see a number of cars who venture to the end of the road and have difficulty turning around to head back out. In order for each of the owners to back out and leave the point, we need to use each other's driveway. It is a needed courtesy. Any further restriction of the area around the road would make getting in and out of the property difficult for us, as well as making it hard for the needed service vehicles. If we can be assured that there is not a restriction to access the properties, we are fine. Please take a look at the access so each of us can continue to get into and out of our property. Thank you for your consideration. Please let me know if there are any questions. And again, that's signed Bob Ross. We also have a letter that we received on February 3rd from Rita and Michael Shannon. It's addressed to me. I'm writing you today to inform the Variance Committee that as a neighboring homeowner, we have no problem with the addition to the garage being planned by Randy Henke. The addition proposed is tasteful and looks to be in good proportion to the Henke home and lot. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Rita and Michael Shannon. We also received an email on January 27th. And it's addressed to me. We understand Randy and Chris Henke have applied for a new variance to build a detached garage. We are their next-door neighbors and have no problem with this new building. Previous remodeling projects they have tackled have been completed in a timely manner, been nicely designed and added to the value of their property. And that's signed Marcia and Jim Sayer, N2176 Chicago Point Road. That's S-A-E-R.
Spell the last name?
S-A-E-R.
S-A-E-R.
And another email that we received on January 23rd, addressed to me, says, I am in support of the approval of the Henke Addition on Chicago Point Road. I live a few homes from them at N2167 Chicago Point Road, and that's signed John R. Beale, B-E-A-L-E. And that's it for correspondence. We have no one registered to speak at all. Nope.
Staff comments.
When the board visited the property, they noted that the landowner has plans to modify the deck to meet all zoning guidelines. That was an issue with the last variance. And that the home is closer to the south lot line than required by zoning regulations, but that a variance was granted for that when the home was built. This is another variance that was considered last year with different parameters and under different circumstances. I think the applicant took all of the direction that the board provided at that time and has done their homework and come up with a good plan that addresses all of the issues identified as problems with the last application. They have talked to the neighbors and the town board and addressed the issues that were stated by those people at that time. So that's it for my comments.
Any rebuttal by the applicant?
The only comment I had is the last time I came, I was actually asking for two very different variances, and we kind of got hung up on the deck, which Terry and I have now worked out a plan to fix that and make that compliant, so I think we've worked very diligently with the planning department to try to come up with a plan that works. So thank you for your time.
Any comments from the corporate counsel? No. In that case, we'll move on to next variance, which is Patrick and Diana Pease, Racine, Wisconsin, have made application for a variance in accordance with sections 58, 542, parent C, parent 2, 58, 223, parent C, parent 2, and parent 3, and 58, 826, parent B of the Waushara County Zoning Code to construct an approximate 18 by 39 irregular shaped single-family dwelling with an exposed basement on the roadside, with an 18 by 31 second story and a 13 by 12 attached deck. Existing single-family dwelling with the patio is to be raised. Coming to within 4 foot 6 inches on the westerly side lot and 6 feet on the easterly side lot. 15-foot setback is required. And to within 20 feet of the center line of Chicago Point Road. 36.5 feet average setback is required. On an existing non-conforming lot, non-conforming due to lot width and square footage in the RS-20 single-family residential zone within the shoreland area. Location is part of Lot 10 of Lakeview Point subdivision, being part of Government Lot 4, being part of the southeast 1/4 of the southwest 1/4, Section 6, Town 18 North, Range 11 East, Town of Marion, Silver Lake, W7124 Chicago Point Road. Applicants there.
My name is Patrick Pius. This is our second request for this property. Same idea, but different parameters. We took into account as many and as much of the suggestions from the board as well as the people that we could. The lot is rather small. It is irregularly shaped, but with zoning's help, their guidance basically on it, we made the changes to the house, and I have those parameters and some other things written down that I'd rather read than try to remember all of them. There's a significant number of situations on the property. The house's main floor has only 562 square feet. That's less than the minimum requirement of 720 square feet. To get a building permit, we need to come up with that, so a second story is basically needed, otherwise we have to expand that first level. The second story has only 430 square feet. That is less than a total, for a total less than 1,000 square feet for this house. It has only 2 bedrooms. One is 9'6" by 11'6". The other is 12 foot by 13'6". The basement will be used as a garage, and the mechanicals will also be down there because of the lack of room in the rest of the house. The roadside is a single story to cut down on the height that was originally proposed in the first variance. A minimum of 4'6" has been left on the west side rather than 2'6". Where the current house is about 7'6" over the property line. A minimum of 6 feet has been left on the east side to the property line, even though the Justin property, which is the property to the east, is only 4'6" from our property line. And it is 2 feet from its property line on the east side. Our property does not encroach the provided easement in the driveway area on the east side, nor will the easement be blocked for its ingress and egress at any time. Our property currently has an asphalt covering on the ground on its east side, also used as part of the driveway. If the board believes that more drainage area is needed on our property versus what we are already providing by shrinking the property, shrinking the deck, even though there are no current reported excuse me, drainage issues, we would gladly remove that asphalt area and provide a non-impervious gravel surface for more drainage. I would like to note that the Justin property currently drains its 3-car garage perpendicular to its west wall, which is adjacent to our driveway, into our property at the driveway, and drains its house underground and expels out the bank of Silver Lake from a plastic 4-inch pipe onto our property, then directly into Silver Lake. We currently park parallel to the road in front of the garage. It's difficult at the moment because there are 2 winged concrete walls extending out from the property. We're proposing, if the proposal is approved, those wings would come out, the elevation of the property would raise up, and we would slope it the same as the current driveway. If it is approved, the house has to be raised, which currently has to be done by hand. Equipment cannot realistically get in there and make any kind of guarantees not to damage the garage that has been recently built 1 foot next to our house. There doesn't appear to be any problems with anybody around the lake. Of course, nobody has said anything to us about how is it possible to have a garage 1 foot from a house, but it exists. So we will tear it down by hand. We don't have a problem with that. If the house is built, 1 car will be parked inside the house, the lower level in the garage. The other one, with the winged walls gone, will easily park in front of the garage, completely off of the roadway, and actually away from the road right of way. The idea of cave-ins during excavation of the property simply does not exist. We were actually coming up a foot at the roadside, so no excavation is needed there, and the deepest cut is under 5 feet towards the lake. At the northeast corner, still 6 feet from the property line. Our property was not purchased to profit. Our property was purchased for us to use it. We intended on using it maybe clear to retirement if I get to that particular age. It is the size and shape of what we were looking for. Still are. We haven't been able to stay in that house for the first 2 years that we've owned it. I'm done.
Time is up. Are you almost done? Wrap it up.
I'll skip to one thing. The variance quandary that we have now is we are not going to ask for a 3rd variance. If this variance isn't approved, our house currently sits on the property. It would be 18.5 feet wide from the property line to its east side. The house will forever remain on that property line. which to me is wrong. We're trying to move the house, but if the variance isn't approved, I will not shrink that house beyond 18 feet in width. It just doesn't work. I'll stop at that.
Stay there for a few minutes. Any committee questions?
Are you going to ask questions first, George? You're going to ask the questions first?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, these, okay. We've got a few questions here for the record. And has there been a recent survey? And are you absolutely sure of the lot lines?
Yes to both.
And have you talked to the neighbors about your plans?
I did talk recently to Mr. Justin. He obviously is not for the plan. His idea is that the county should never have approved the sale of the property and chooses that the property should be put back, and I'm not sure owned by who. He's very passionate about that issue, that the house shouldn't be there. And of course, he has lots of friends sitting here that are passionate along with him. So on Saturday, I made him this one-time offer that if he wants this gone and he wants this over with, the price on the house is $125,000. There is no other property on Silver Lake valued under $125,000. It's a fair price. To this date, no calls have come forward, nothing written, so apparently they have no interest in that.
What type of foundation will the home be placed on?
Be on a block foundation.
And how far above the existing grade will the first floor elevation be, and how much filling and grading will be done?
At the garage level, it will be 1 foot above the road so that the drainage to the road. At the lakeside, it'll be approximately 4 foot.
And what will the finished height be of the house?
At the roadside, it'll be 22 foot 4 inches. At the lakeside, it will be approximately 27 feet.
And how will you deal with stormwater runoff and potential erosion of the home?
Gutters and downspouts on the house drain it basically back into our own property.
And have you considered removing the in-ground steps and the landing area by the lake and restoring the shoreline?
The in-ground steps are only a small percentage on our property, so therefore I would not be allowed to do that unless there was some type of court order. The other property uses that stairway as their main stairway to the lake.
Are you sure that this construction will not interfere with the easement your neighbors have on the east side?
Will not interfere with it.
With such a small side yard setback on the home and the deck, how will you ensure you will not trespass or cause damage to the neighbor's property during construction?
We'll put a fence up on the property line, and that will not allow anybody to transfer past the fence.
In particular, how will you excavate within 4.5 to 6 feet of the lot line and next to an easement in sandy soil and not have over excavation into your neighbor's property or damage the driveway and easement used by one of them?
The area of the driveway that is next to the excavation is ours. It's our property. It does not belong to anybody but us. If anything should occur within the couple of feet next to the house, it'll be repaired as soon as the foundation is put in. Foundation, doing block walls, usually takes less than a week.
And what about after the home is built? Will you be able to perform routine maintenance on the home without trespassing or blocking the easement?
Without a doubt.
And will you be able to install a service, a well, since there is no municipal water supply?
There is no doubt. A point well is anticipated next to the house on the west side.
The west side. And how large will the overhangs be, and are you sure water runoff from the roof can be contained on your lot?
8 inches for the overhangs, and the current house actually has a larger roof area than the proposed. There are no runoff problems currently. There are no erosion issues. There are no outstanding orders against the property. So I'm sure that with a smaller roof and gutters and downspouts, that there would even be less of a problem.
And will there be enough room for parking between the home and the road?
Most definitely, without the winged walls.
And what about snow removal in the winter? Do you plan to haul it away?
I don't know that we'll be up here much in the wintertime. If we were up here much in the wintertime, that I guess would be the solution, or to move it to other parts of the property.
Are there any other improvements planned on this?
Not currently.
How many total square feet of living area will be in the new home?
First and second floor? Combined?
Yeah.
Uh,
92? Okay.
Still approximated.
And how many, have you considered other options like building a even smaller home or possibly having no deck to better meet the setbacks, or constructing an at-grade patio to facilitate access around the home to the lakeside?
We have, but with the house being 4 feet in the air from the ground level toward the lake, to get steps to go down to a patio and then put more impervious surface on the ground creates less area for drainage. So the deck, in our opinion, is a better idea because it's actual drainage underneath it.
And what are the hardships and unique property limitations which would support this request?
Size and shape of the lot are the actual hardship. We're trying to make an improvement for the public safety and for the neighbors in removing this house from a neighbor's property and getting it as far away from the property lines as we can, and still actually have a house that we can occupy and use.
And do you know what permits you need, and if an approval is granted, when would you start building?
I do know what permits are needed, and if it's granted, we'll start tearing it down as soon as the weather permits.
Okay, now we'll try with committee questions.
Question on the square foot?
Yeah, your square footage,
Turn it on.
the square footage is not correct. You take length times width and multiply and add it up, and
it's living square footage.
And on the survey, you have handwritten 562 feet on the first floor, and it's really 632. And on the second floor, you have 430, and it's really 488. So you have a total of 1,120 square feet.
You do if you're using the exterior perimeters of the building. This is living square footage, so it's inside the walls, excluding interior walls. It's two different square footage measurements.
Putting 2 by 12 and
2 by 6.
studs?
2 by 6. 6 inch per foot is subtracted from the square footage of the perimeter versus the living square footage inside, as well as the interior walls. It is an approximate number, but it is not off by money.
I question that. The square footage is outside dimensions.
Not according to living square footage, it isn't.
I believe, do you have an answer on that argument, on the difference between living square footage and exterior dimensions?
No, I don't have a...
No, I'm talking to Ruth.
Oh.
That's not something that I looked up.
Okay.
That's not something I can answer off the top of my head.
Square footage is...
What does the zoning department use?
We usually use the outside dimensions.
You
but
use the outside dimensions for square footage.
it's usually
But then the terminology wouldn't be on their living square footage. In all the blueprints that I look at, there's two different square footage measurements. One is exterior dimensions, and one is interior living square footage. And the question was in regards to living square footage, not the exterior dimensions. So the answer that's on there is labeled living square footage.
I believe the question
I'm not a
was,
blueprint reader, so I'm not going to be able to tell you.
yeah, the question was how many total square feet of living area within the new home?
That's the question that I answered. I still stay with the same answer.
You had 2 by 4 studs?
We don't know yet. It could be 2 by 6, which would actually, the actual print isn't drawn for the construction of the building. This is what it's going to look like, but this is not a print for construction.
No, I hope not.
Exactly. So if the walls are 2 by 4, and you have siding on the exterior with 1 inch, you will still use up approximately 6 inches of feet with drywall on the interior. With a 2 by 4 wall. 3.5, 4.5, 5, the insulation, you're getting close to 6. You do have base on the floor. Whether or not you decide to use that 1/2 inch or 3/4 of an inch, I can't answer that. It's an approximate dimension, and that square footage on those walls is within 1/2 inch.
Well,
It goes to a 2 by 6
I'm
wall.
I'm not here to argue. I'm just saying that you said 1 inch siding.
I said 1 inch foam on the exterior of the house. Plus the 3.5 inch stud, that's 4.5 inches. Plus drywall, that's 5 inches. Plus the siding is a 1/2 inch, that's 5.5. Plus the base in the house, that's a 1/2 inch, that's 6 inches. Exactly 6 inches. So if you take the exterior walls of the house and divide it out, the living square footage is accurate.
I think one question answered that it was correct.
I have a question for parking. You have company or family come, where are they going to park?
If we need parking for more than what we consider to be 3 cars, one will be inside, one can easily be outside. We own property on the other side of the lake, about 2.5 acres. And if I want to park 20, 30, 40 cars over there and bring people over, I can do that. We have no intention of burdening the road with cars. I don't want that by the house.
Well, what about a serviceman or electric repairman that would have to park behind your place with no place to pull in?
How many
Would they
cars
block the road?
How many cars would be there at that time?
I don't know. But I'm just saying, the road has to remain open for emergency equipment. If you don't have parking for an additional vehicle for guests or a repairman or somebody that stops to say hi to you, where are they going to park?
Right in front of the garage, completely off the road.
What about the other car that's going to be parked there?
How many cars are there? I will only be driving one that will be inside
Well,
the garage.
you told us before you're going to park one inside and then another one, your other car would be parked across.
That's if there was somebody else at the house, guests.
Okay.
If there is no guest there, that parking spot would be open.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, you could sit down.
Thank you.
Anyone speaking in favor?
Let's read the correspondence first.
Or
And
the
there's a lot of
correspondence?
it.
Okay.
Again, there is a letter from DNR, and it's addressed to me, and I'm going to dispense with the niceties in the beginning. And regarding Pius, the department understands that an average setback has not been established for this property. However, if one were established, it would likely be 35 feet from the ordinary high water mark based on the structures on the neighboring properties. If the scale of the photocopied site plan I received is correct, the front or lakeside of the deck on the front of the house appears to be approximately 75 feet from the ordinary high water mark. If the front of the deck is in fact not 75 feet or more from the ordinary high water mark, then the average setback should be established. In either case, as long as the proposed construction is outside the ordinary high water mark setback, the department has no comment on this request. And please note that these comments are in regard to shoreline zoning only and do not reflect applicable erosion control, waterway permitting, or other department regulations. Thanks for the opportunity to comment, and that's signed Michael Wenholtz, Department of Natural Resources. Then we have a letter that appears to be fairly informational, and there are several attachments to it and a drawing, so I made copies for the board, and I will read the letter, and you can look at the copies of the attachments. It's from the Law Office of Cabasta, Rothgen, Bickford, and Lawrenson. It's addressed to me and was received on February 7th. Regarding Patrick Pius, application for variance. Our firm represents Mr. and Mrs. Pius. As you are aware by the provided pleadings to your office, we are currently involved in a legal action in which the adjoining property owners, the Bakers, are seeking removal of the current home on the Pius property to the extent it rests partially on land currently titled to the Bakers. Obviously, the pending variance application would allow Mr. and Mrs. Pius to relocate the residence on their currently owned lot. Apparently, in the variance process, there has been some confusion regarding the easement rights of the property owners on the other side of the Pius property, the Justins. Under Wisconsin law, the use of the easement must be in accordance with the terms and purposes of the grant of an easement. Stoser versus Shore Drive Partnership, with a whole lot of numbers after it that mean something to attorneys. What this means simply is that easements are limited to their terms and do not confer any other rights of ownership in someone else's property. I have attached hereto the easement held by the Justins on Mr. Pius's property. As you can tell by its terms, it is extremely limited in scope, allowing Justins to cross a portion of the Pius property for ingress and egress. This is an access easement only. Justins have no other rights of ownership in the property. They can cross it back and forth for ingress and egress to their own property, but cannot occupy it. Not only does this mean that they cannot build on the easement, it literally means that they cannot even park on it. Perhaps even more important, the property is still owned by Mr. and Mrs. Pius, and they may continue to use it in any way in which they choose that does not block Justin's ingress and egress. It is for that reason, for example, setbacks do not run off of easements, as the property under the easement still belongs to the property owner. In other words, you can build right up to the easement. On the other hand, the owners of an easement, such as the Justins, may make reasonable repairs to the easement, but only so long as they do not increase the burden on the owner's property. And he cites Hunter versus Keys with lots of more numbers behind it. In Justin's situation, they have a right to ingress and egress, and also to have a reasonable driveway surface. They do not, however, have a right to maintain a driveway surface which otherwise burdens the Pius property, in particular the Pius's right to use the remainder of their property for any purpose they desire. In other words, Justin's easement is not conferring them any rights to interfere with Pius's development or use of the property as long as the access easement is not blocked. Indeed, these type of easements are quite often used by both the easement holder and the property owner to access their properties, because the owner has just as much right to use the easement area as the easement holder. I hope this clarifies the issue with the easement, particularly in regards to the proposed location of the improvement on the Pius property. And that's signed by Thomas A. Lawrenson of Cabasta, Rothgen, Bickford, and Lawrenson Law Office. Then we have another informational letter from Stafford Excavating Incorporated, the Waushara County Zoning Board. I am writing this in reference to Patrick and Diana Pius's variance request. We looked at their job in the spring of 2011. At that time, there was no garage built. This now makes this job much more difficult. With all the problems that now come with this job, we are not going to do this job. We have no contract with the Piuses. We have not been contacted on doing this since spring of 2011. We did not know that we would be listed in the variance. The equipment that was shown in his variance request is not what we would have used. And that's signed James K. Stafford, President of Stafford Excavating. Then we have a letter in favor received on February 8th to Waushara County Zoning. I just received the variance request and reviewed it. It seems to meet the requirement of all other structures on that side of Chicago Point Road. It would be an improvement over the old structure, more than 80 years old. They are not asking for a large building, but enough to enjoy the property they purchased. Therefore, it is my opinion that the variance should be granted. And that's signed Joyce Grenier, N2130, Chicago Point Road.
Need a spelling on the Grenier?
Okay. Then we received one from the Silver Lake Management District Board of Directors. Ed Kissinger, Chairman. The Silver Lake Management District Board of Directors has discussed a variance for this property in the past. The board continues to have concerns about this request, even though the new request is for a smaller structure. We believe that the desire to build this type of building on such a small lot will contribute to density issues that are not in the best interest of Silver Lake and its users. If this type of construction is permitted, we are concerned that other people will then try to build similar structures. Many of the lots on the lake are in the 40 to 60 foot width range, but very few, if any, are only about 13 feet wide at the lakefront and not much wider at the road. Silver Lake is already heavily developed and used. We urge you to not put any more strain on the lake and its surroundings. Drainage is another concern. Putting buildings on lots that cover a large percentage of the usable land space is not a good thing for the lake. Approving a variance of this type will set a precedence. then, on February 13th, we received a letter from Brian and Linda Justin at W7120 Chicago Point Road, addressed to the Board of Adjustments. My wife and I own two properties adjacent to the Pius property, W7120 to the east and W7127 to the south across Chicago Point Road from the requested Pius variance. We are very strongly opposed to the granting of the variance sought. On October 20th of last year, the board rendered a sensible, unanimous rejection of the Pius request at that time. The changes in this Pius request, the narrowing of the width of the structure by 2 feet and the reduction in the depth by 1 foot, marginally changes the setbacks from the east and west property boundaries, but still requires a major deviance from the normal required guidelines. The changes in size and square footage are an aside to the fact that the structure will simply not fit into the community in which it is being requested. The canyon-like situation for our driveway will be the same, and its appearance between other dwellings in the area will certainly have a negative impact both aesthetically and financially for the entire neighborhood. In the board's last decision on application for variance, the board commented that more than a minimal relaxation of code is being sought. Cumulative impacts can be foreseen. A self-imposed hardship cannot be grounds for an approval. The board concurs with the many concerns expressed by the neighbors. A loss of profit or inconvenience is not a hardship. An approval of this nature would set a precedent. Public safety is compromised. A bad situation will be made worse. An increase in water runoff and erosion are anticipated, and an approval would undermine the code and harm neighboring properties and the public interest at large. None of these points has changed, especially undermining of the code and harm to neighboring properties and the public interest at large. As Mr. Pius stated in his last variance hearing, he had hoped to purchase the W7128 property in addition to his previously purchased W7124 property, but failed to be able to do so. The two properties, formerly part of the Matola estate, would have made a very developable large lot. He was unsuccessful and immediately put the nonconforming property W7124 up for sale for more than twice the purchase price. When no buyer could be found, he applied for a variance, and at his last hearing in October, he professed to not have the time to maintain a larger property, so truly desired to build a maintainable home on this lot that would fit his needs. As corporate counsel to the board, Attorney Zuski stated before a board decision was rendered that an attempt was made to intervene and correct the separate sale of the two properties, but a perfect storm of regulations involving estates and protections for lending entities led to the nonconforming properties available for purchase. Mr. Pius walked into the purchase knowing all of its frailties, easement, part of building on adjacent property, etc. Now he has a hardship. We feel this has created an equal and ongoing hardship for us, and had we known that this could happen, we well might have not purchased this very nice property. Both head zoning director Terry Pockstadt and corporate counsel Attorney Zowski admonished the board before their last decision in regard to consider Mr. Pius's right to a dwelling on the 7124 property, and that leads us to this second variance. Mr. Pius purchased a dwelling that is not completely on his property, has no connection to sewer, though it is stubbed to the dwelling, and has no water, point in the basement not active in years, and is undoubtedly certifiably condemnable. He was aware of all of the above, but saw the opportunity to profit. We can feel no compassion for the situation based on what it has meant to us both financially and in stress in our lives. We retired to this location to enjoy the later years of our life with the many friends we have here. I hope the board will have the constitution to do what I think is the obviously correct response and end the existence of this substandard lot and the speculating of people who hope to profit from it. Ms. Zowski indicated that Mr. Pius might have legal recourse if denied. Well, perhaps it is time for the township and or county to make a reasonable deal with the owner and protect the rather large tax base in the surrounding neighborhood. I know that both adjoining property owners would be willing to purchase the property if they were not being held up for an exorbitant amount. If construction is allowed on this sliver of land, we want all to be aware that construction, staging, parking for workers, etc. will be done on the 7124 property. I don't think the blocking of the 14-foot wide roadway will be well received by police, and the easement to the east will remain open and completely free of traffic. I would observe also that regardless of the type of construction equipment used, as so outlined in Mr. Pius's application, there's a definite chance of damage to the drive and easement. The southeast corner of the dwelling at the roadway is on the easement edge. I'm quite certain that 4-foot plus footings are necessary for an attached garage at this corner, and there's simply no way to excavate without a significant encroachment on the easement. The entire east boundary of the easement is the driveway and excavation in sand. As is the case here, there will be significant damage to the drive. I am enclosing a copy of the easement and would ask that item 11, enforcement and the declaration of easement and the potential legal ramifications be considered. Owning the entire area to the south of the proposed construction, I can assure that no area will be available to expedite construction. One last consideration, without some type of exotic, costly drainage system, the only place runoff from Mr. Pius's gutter and directional spout system on his proposed dwelling can go is to the south, across our property and to the lowland area to the south. At very wet times, the north-south stretch of Chicago Point Road is underwater. This will only add to this already bad situation. I thank you for this opportunity to speak our feelings, and we hope they will receive equal consideration to Mr. Pius's hardship situation. And that, signed sincerely, Brian and Linda Justin. And that letter, too, has several attachments, so I will hand out a copy of that one, so you can see the attachments. And then today we received a letter from Thomas and Kathy Larson. Dear committee members, we are writing this letter to the zoning committee asking that the variance for the Pius property be declined. The reason for our objection is that the house, if allowed to be built, will at the very least have a negative impact on the property values of not only the neighbors to the immediate east and west of the Pius property, but to many of the properties on Chicago Point Road. For the board to allow this would open up requests for many properties on Silver Lake that are on non-conforming lots. Mr. Pius was well aware of the risk he was taking in purchasing this property. He knew where the lot lines were and knew that he would have a difficult time rebuilding or remodeling the existing structure, but chose to purchase the property knowing full well the problems that were going to come up as a result of this purchase. I ask the board to give this some careful thought and the impact it will have on future construction on Silver Lake and also property values in the area of Chicago Point where this structure is planned to be built. Thank you for your consideration. Thomas and Kathy Larson. On February 15th, we received a letter from Laurel Lutz Schlechter and Donald Schlechter. She is LUTZ-S.
Say it again, please, slowly.
LUTZ.
L-U-T.
TZ.
D.
Z as in zoo. Dash Schlechter. S-L-E-C-H-T-A. And Donald Schlechter. Dear members of the board, we are again writing in regards to the variance application for the Pius property located at W7124 Chicago Point Road. The only thing that has changed is that the proposed structure is now 18 feet wide instead of 20 feet wide. The variance request is still excessive and the structure would look ridiculous and out of place. If this were granted, Pius's neighbors would be cramped and it would be adversely affect their ability to enjoy their properties. Neighbors in the area would be financially affected as a structure such as this is non-conforming to the neighborhood and aesthetically damaging. We are also concerned about cars pulling out of the garage beneath the structure. Even with changes to the topography, a car backing out of the garage would have limited vision until the very last minute. With the large number of children in the area, we fear this is an accident waiting to happen. We have often walked past the existing structure and thought how fortunate the property is not occupied for this very reason. The fact remains that the Piuses knew what they were buying. They knew the dimensions of the property are not conducive to building and that the existing structure was not habitable. Everyone should not have, let me start over on that one. Everyone should not be made to suffer a loss because the Piuses took a chance. Finally, should this pass, the board is setting a dangerous precedence. The variance is just too excessive. On February 15th, we also received a letter from Richard Thiele, N2030 Highway 73.
Last name is what?
Thiele, T-H-I-E-L-E. To my simple mind, an approval of this request would set a precedent of allowing all landowners on Silver Lake to subdivide their lots into pie shapes 26 feet by 13 feet frontage on the lake. Such overcrowding would be detrimental to the lake and any neighbors who might be adjacent to such a lot. Reasonable setbacks and frontage are the basics of zoning and should be enforced. In my opinion, the negative effects to all Silver Lake landowners and neighbors should result in no approval of the variance request. I think I need a drink. On February 15th, we also received a letter from Ken and Ginger Boyda, B-O-Y-D-A, N2086 Chicago Point Road. Dear Waushara County Zoning Board, as residents of Chicago Point Road, we would like to state for the record our strong objections to the pious application for zoning variances that is scheduled to be heard at the February 16th meeting of the board. The request to build within 4.5 and 6 feet of the west and east side lot lines respectively encroaches too much on the required 15-foot side yard setbacks. Put another way, applicant Pius is asking for a 10.5-foot encroachment, which is a 70% variance on one side, and a 9-foot encroachment on the other side, which is a 60% variance. We wish government would increase our social security benefits 70% too. This request is so far out of line that it would seem to be an affront to the zoning regulations and the planning review process. We fear that allowing such large variances would set bad precedents for future construction in Waushara County. If outsized variances are granted today, future applicants for a variance can cite Pius as reasons for equally large requests. If we were next door to this proposed property, we would be very concerned about damage to our property during construction. If a silt fence is going to be needed during construction, this would further restrict construction access. We do not imagine that the Pius's neighbors will grant construction access over their property. Fire safety is an additional concern. A tall structure so close to adjoining homes would put those adjoining homes in greater danger in case of a fire emergency by hampering access. Fire also spreads more easily between close together houses. Another reason for side lot setbacks is to preserve the lake views from the road. The Pius application does not mention this consideration, but one can imagine the negative impact of a narrowed view corridor. Off-street parking and traffic are also issues whenever housing density is increased. The off-street parking for the Pius property will be limited. If the property were to become rental property, the parking issues would likely increase. Water drainage concerns us. While the applicant states that the downspouts will drain onto his property, we found no indications for French drains, catch basins, rain gardens, or other water containment facilities in the application. One would assume Mr. Pius had the property surveyed before he made the purchase, so he should not have been surprised to learn about the lot's narrow confines after closing. If he didn't have a survey before closing, one would have to question his motivation in making the purchase. Perhaps he thought he could sell the property to the adjoining neighbors at a much higher price. Or maybe he felt he could get zoning approval at a midwinter meeting when most neighbors would not be present to express their objections. Finally, we feel strongly that the proposed construction violates the spirit and the look of the Silver Lake community, creates a precedent for further subdividing and building on lake lots. It increases density in an area not designed for such. The setback regulations were created not only for safety, but to preserve the environment, the character, and the livability of areas like Silver Lake. The proposed construction seems to us to disrespect the zoning regulations on all levels. Please deny the variance request. And again, that's Ken and Ginger Boyda. On February 15th, we received a letter from Claire Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N. Dear sirs, last year Patrick Pius asked me to support his application for a variance to build a new house. I am now aware of the fact that it will not fit well onto our road. I would like it known that I do not support the variance he is now requesting. Thank you, Claire Warren, N2145 Chicago Point Road. On February 14th, we received a letter from Dennis and Judith Shane, S-C-H-O-E-N. Members of the board, my wife and I are owners at W7134 Chicago Point Road, 2 properties to the west of the Pius property. I am unable to attend this hearing due to prior commitments. This letter is being written in opposition to the variances sought. Variances were sought for the same property in October of 2011. We informed you of our objection to those variances at that time. After full hearing, this board denied the variances sought as the same reasons that mandated the board's denial of the Pius variance application in October 2011 continue to exist. We ask this board to deny the present application. Our objections to these variances will continue to exist no matter how many times the variances are sought. The property which is the subject of this variance application will not accommodate a conforming use due to its extremely narrow shape and its size, a fact that Mr. Pius was aware of when he purchased the property. A structure built pursuant to the proposed variance would seriously encroach on abutting properties and would require a wholesale setting aside of zoning requirements governing setback, separation from neighboring properties, and frontage. The zoning and setback regulations being challenged here exist to protect the public interest and to prevent a structure from being built so close to a pre-existing home that it amounts to an annex. The variances being sought here are contrary to that interest and would set a dangerous precedent for this community. For this reason, we object to this variance application. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. On February 13th, we received a letter from Ed and Bonnie Kissinger, N2102 Chicago Point Road. To the Washera County Board of Adjustments, we do not support the request for a variance that the Piuses have pending at the hearing on February 16th. We feel that the lot is not of sufficient size and shape to support the proposed two-story structure with an attached deck on a full basement that will be exposed. Chicago Point Road is a very narrow road where parking along the edge creates very dangerous conditions. This design would leave very little space for parking and hence make the area even more hazardous. We feel that lots should be able to sustain structures that complement the land. This house is still too big for such a small lot. The fact that the lot is small was known by the Piuses when they purchased it. They had hoped to acquire the adjacent lot to the west but failed. Now they are stuck. Allowing them to take a bad situation and make it worse is not in the best interest of those living in the area. We strongly urge you to deny this variance request. On February 13th, we also received a letter from Eugene and Linda Fenner, F-E-N-N-E-R, to the Washera County Board of Adjustments. Our names are Eugene and Linda Fenner, and we live at W7163 Chicago Point Road. As a homeowner on Chicago Point Road, we oppose the second requested variance for Patrick and Diana Pius regarding building a new home on a very non-conforming lake lot. The Pius's variance request impedes substantially on both neighbors, Bakers and Justins, with very minimal setback on the westerly side lot line and an even smaller setback on the easterly side lot line. Also, how could any future utilities be fixed once this structure is built, such as replacement of the well? What precedents would the Washera County Board of Adjustment be setting for future buildings within Washera County if they allowed building structures on lots 18 feet in width or in length? There is another lake lot located on Chicago Point Road that currently is unbuildable due to its 45-foot width. But if the Board of Adjustments allows this variance request, you will possibly set precedents for building on this current empty lake lot. On February 13th, we received an email from Marion James Madden. Good morning. It has come to our attention that Patrick and Diana Pius have applied for a variance on the small lot at W7124 Chicago Point Road, Town of Marion. This is the same lot that they requested a variance on in September of 2011, which was denied in October 2011. They have reduced the size of the building that they wish to build. However, if you look at the lot and then the house size, the house is just too large for the lot. Additionally, with the lot line so close to where the house would be, especially to the west, it makes it difficult, if not impossible, to build and maintain the property without infringement on adjacent property. This requested variance does not fit with variances normally approved, and if granted, is certain to bring adjacent neighbors difficulties. We are not immediate neighbors and will not be personally affected by the variance. However, we do believe that granting such an extreme variance as requested could set precedent and legal issues for future variance requests. On February 13th, we also received a letter from William Morgan of N2112 Chicago Point Road. To whom it may concern, as a homeowner on Chicago Point Road, I am opposed to the current variance request by Mr. Pius. As you are aware, the parcel is very small, and this request will result in a structure that will look more like a mobile home than a lake house. The homes are already too close together. It will assuredly damage the property values of its neighbors and will have a negative aesthetic impact. This cannot be allowed. I purchased my home here because I knew there would be strict zoning. Please do not allow this variance. On February 13th, we also received a letter from Dwayne and Jean Bartel, B-A-R-T-E-L, to the chairman and board members. At the previous hearing back in October of 2011 for a variance on this property, I spoke against the request. We will be out of the state on February 16th, so I would like this letter entered with our objection to the Pius request for extreme variances to the zoning code. The notice of public hearing in the Washera Argus of February 1st lists the revised setbacks of 4 feet 6 inches and a 6-foot setback from the two lot lines. This is nowhere near the zoning requirements of 15 feet. It appears to me that we will be looking at a 2 to 3 story house that is 18 feet wide. This certainly does nothing to enhance the beauty of Silver Lake or the neighboring homes. We live 10 places from this property. Next to our home, there is a narrow lot that is listed as an outlot. My fear is that once something like this is approved, there will be more requests for extreme variances, and one may be next to me. I find this interesting that this request comes in February when most of the people that spoke or wrote letters in objection in October are out of the area. Please deny this request for the benefit of Silver Lake and the neighbors on Chicago Point Road. On February 10th, we received a letter from Robert and Linda Glenn. My wife, Glenn, Glenn, just like the astronaut.
Yep.
My wife and I own 2 properties, W7141 and W7142, 3 lots to the west of the Pius property. We are unable, as we are unable to attend the meeting scheduled for February 16th, we submit this letter in opposition to the variance sought. We object to the variance application submitted by Mr. Pius. Simply stated, the variances sought are not consistent with the public interest. We had previously voiced our objection to a variance sought on October 11th, 2011. The basis for our objection has not changed and will not change no matter how many variance applications the board graciously entertains. The variances sought, far from seeking mere deviations from the strict letter of the requirements governing setback area and frontage, would require wholesale setting aside all such requirements and the rationale for their very existence. The proposed structure is far too close to the property, the dwellings of the adjoining neighbors. Whatever confluence of circumstances led to the creation of this odd, peculiar sliver of property should not be compounded by ignoring the legal restrictions for development, which the owners were legally deemed to know when they purchased the property. And thank you for your consideration, Robert and Linda Glenn. On February 9th, we received a letter from Scott Bertzik, B-E-R-T-Z-Y-K, N2118 Chicago Point Road. Dear members of the board, my name is Scott Bertzik. I own the residence located at N2118 Chicago Point Road, and I write with respect to the above referenced application for a variance set to be heard on February 16th. On October 20th, 2011, the board denied a similar request for variance to this same parcel. This request should be denied too for precisely the same reasons. As was the case in October, I submit my comments in writing because I live out of state and cannot personally attend the hearing. My father, Donald Bertzik, may be present and available to speak on my behalf. Still, I request that my letter be accepted and considered by the board. As I noted in connection with the last application for variance with respect to this parcel, I am not in the habit of opposing applications for variances to build on Silver Lake. I applied for and received a modest variance myself. However, this application continues to go too far, and I believe that it would be detrimental for many reasons. First, both from the description in the public notice and from my personal inspection of the property in issue, the variances still come so close to neighboring boundaries on both sides as to be unworkable, not just from a privacy for neighbors standpoint, but from the standpoint of aesthetics and practicality of building. Indeed, the boundaries are so close that it would be next to impossible to even build the proposed structure without encroaching on the neighbor's property. Second, it seems from the description that there still will be no room for anyone but the owners to park, creating safety and traffic hazards should there be any guess. Third, putting in a structure like this would change the look and feel of the subdivision in ways that are undesirable. The whole point of building and living on a lake in a rural area is to have a sanctuary free from the congestion of living in an urban environment. This proposed variance is utterly inconsistent with that notion, and it will take away from the look and feel of the surrounding area. Fourth, given all the problems with this proposed building, surrounding property values cannot help but be adversely affected. Finally, granting this variance would set a dangerous precedent for Silver Lake. If the Board of Adjustment were to grant this extraordinary variance, on what principled basis could any future request by other applicants be denied? In essence, the applicants here propose to take up virtually their entire lot up to their boundary lines, with their neighbors building a large two-story box with no parking, and so far as I can tell, not even room for a sidewalk to the front door. The precedent that would be set by granting this application is a precedent that says, do what you want, build on every inch of your land with no thought for your neighbors, safety, or anything else. It goes too far. Thank you for your consideration of this letter. Again, if my father, Donald Bertzik, is in attendance, please know that he has authority to speak on my behalf. Very truly yours, Scott Bertzik. On February 14th, we received a letter from William and Mary Adams, W7031 Silver Crest Road, in response to variance request of Patrick and Diana Pius. We are opposed to this variance request because it would not be aesthetic to its surroundings in Silver Lake. In other words, it would be like putting two railroad cars on top of one another on this very lot. In addition, side yard minimum should be at least 7 feet to be desirable, which cannot happen on this size lot. Another concern is drainage of water at this lot, which has a serious grade difference. Where will all the water drain off to? Into Silver Lake or to the neighbors? The Land Conservation Department required us to install French drains on our smaller lot property. How will Pius follow this procedure with his limited space, which is less than we have? He just does not have the space. Parking is another issue to be addressed. The inside dimensions of the garage will not fit 2 vehicles. How will additional parking for cars be covered? The list of negatives to this variance clearly shows his plan will not work on this site. William and Mary Adams. On February 10th, we received a letter from Don and Nancy Mays, M-A-E-S, Dear Waushara County Board of Adjustment. As permanent residents of Silver Lake for the past 20-plus years, we would oppose the variance sought by the Piuses at W7124 Chicago Point Road. The property should not have been sold from the Ron Matola estate as an individual entity. To proliferate the existence of non-conforming properties such as this is a threat to the entire Silver Lake community. The dimensions of this proposed dwelling are so deviant from adjacent properties that they detract from the entire Silver Lake community as a whole. Allowing this adjustment of most common zoning standards will only impinge on neighboring properties when similar requests are made for other non-conforming lots and open the door for other Silver Lake profiteers. Zoning's job will become no easier if this request is granted. Please consider preventing further deviance by disallowing this request. We appreciate the opportunity to offer input. Sincerely, Don and Nancy Mays. On February 9th, we received a letter from James Schrader, S-C-H-R-O-E-D-E-R. Dear Waushara County Board of Adjustment. I understand that a modified petition regarding the above-mentioned parcel will be considered at the February 16th zoning meeting. As a homeowner residing full-time on Silver Lake, I am writing this letter to state that even with the modifications made to the variance request, I still oppose approving the request. Zoning must be consistent. I believe that granting of this variance will establish a precedent that will cause difficulty for the zoning office in the future to turn down a similar request to build on a similar lot. Would another owner on Silver Lake be allowed to build some unconventional structure that close to their neighbor's property? For example, I don't think a mobile home, even if placed perpendicular to the shoreline of Silver Lake so it fits within narrow property boundaries, would or should be allowed a variance. In retrospect, it is unfortunate that this problem has not resolved previously at the time when the Ron Matola estate owned both properties. This small, irregularly shaped lot should have been declared unbuildable. It would have been better to deal with the problem head-on at that time and combine the properties into one reasonable size shaped lot before sale. That would have dealt with the encroachment problem and avoided the need for this variance request. But I understand that doing so would have been difficult at that time. I am concerned that failing to deal with the problem properly now will foster even bigger problems down the road. In this slow economy where our housing values have decreased significantly, we homeowners should not have our home values decreased even further by granting this variance request. The homeowners of Silver Lake should not suffer further loss in value of their homes because of poor decisions made by prior zoning boards. In my adult life, I have owned and lived in several different houses. Over the years, my relationships with many neighbors have been either good or very good, so I can only imagine how difficult it would be to try to peacefully coexist with my neighbors under these conditions. Thank you for considering my viewpoint expressed in this letter. Very truly yours, James Schrader. On February 8th, we received a letter from Robert and Donna Bant, BANDT. Dear board members, we are in opposition to granting a variance for the Pius property between the Bakers and the Justins. We treasure our property on Silver Lake and encourage the proper management of all the properties. Just because some substandard lots exist doesn't mean they should persist into the future. It is unfortunate they haven't been vacated and sold to property owners adjacent to them. A variance would only perpetuate the problem. On February 7th, we received a letter from Charles and Mary Plock, PLACH, from N2106 State Road 73. Waushara County zoning. This is in regard to the Pius property on Chicago Point Road and the variance they are requesting. We are against any variances granted on this property because of the substandard lot. On February 6th, we received a letter from Antoinette Denler, D-E-N-L-E-R. To the Waushara County Zoning Board, I am very much opposed of Patrick and Diana Pius variance request. It certainly will not fit into the area and the kinds of dwellings that exist. I am a very disfavored neighbor. I have a home at N2126 Chicago Point Road. Our taxes are always going up around Silver Lake. I really hope that the zoning board has the ability to see how the appearance of the cottage will look. We have to have Silver Lake's homes and cottages look very appealing to the eye and not ugly. And if you would approve the Pius variance to build the cottage, it would not be good for the Silver Lake appearance and be very ugly. Antoinette Denler. On February 2nd, we received a letter from Robert and Marilyn Chesborough. Dear Chairman and members of the board, in our letter of October 17th, 2011, preceding the October 20th, 2011 public hearing of the variance application, we recorded our deep conviction of objection to the Pius request for extreme variances of the provisions of our county zoning code related to their proposed single-family dwelling. Clearly, the Board of Adjustments did strongly deny the Pius application as requested following the 10/2011 meeting. It is with dismay from my reading the notice of public hearing published in the Argus on February 1st to us and most of the residents on Silver Lake that the Pius family has reapplied for a variance from very appropriate regulations for your February 16th meeting for the following reasons. Whereas their original request was for a west lot line setback of 2 feet 6 inches and east side setback of 2 feet 2 inches, this newly revised application is for a setback of 4 feet 6 inches and 6-foot setbacks on the 2 lot lines respectively. Quite obviously, neither the original nor the revised application is near the zoning requirements of 15 feet. This type of variance requested will create enormous danger and risk to the neighboring properties, both during construction as well as following construction. In addition, the proposed setback from the center line of Chicago Point Road is far from the zoning requirements and will probably become a problem for traffic on the road and snow clearing from the road. As suggested in my letter of October 17th and emphasized by the preceding 2 points of objection, the granting of the Pius request for variance will be deleterious to all property owners on Silver Lake to open the door for such extreme departures from sound setback requirements well established by zoning laws. In our opinion, the severe and negative impact on both neighboring parcels to the Pius lot, as well as all property on Silver Lake, strongly should encourage the board to deny the current Pius application for variance. Why open the door to such flagrant departure from zoning rules around this beautiful lake? And that, again, was very truly yours, Robert and Marilyn Chesborough. You need a spelling on that one?
I got it.
Okay. And that is the last correspondence we have.
Anybody to speak?
There are people to speak, and I did notice that some of the names are the same, so if you're going to come up and speak, please don't repeat what I just read in the letters, because we don't want to be here all night. So, here you go.
Stephen Hill,
And he's to speak in opposition.
speak in opposition. We got anybody
well, I
speaking
can-
in favor?
Nope.
Good evening, folks. I'm attorney J. Stephen Heil, and I do represent Brian and Linda Justin, and I'm not going to by no means repeat what's in their letter. frankly, there's not much that I can say that hasn't already been overwhelmingly expressed by the vast majority of property owners nearby here. What I would like to emphasize for you to consider with respect to this variance is that, first of all, the proposed modifications don't substantially address any of the concerns that were raised last time around. As has been pointed out, we're only talking about a slight narrowing of the building, but we still have not a request for a deviation from a setback. We have almost a wholesale abrogation of the setback on both sides running the entire length of the proposed building. That's not at all in keeping with the spirit of the code. The second thing that I think the board really needs to look at here is, I've heard nothing from Mr. Pius tonight or seen anything in the application to suggest that there's anything here by way of a hardship. In the application as his reason for an undue hardship in this situation, he merely restates the property size. That might be a unique characteristic, no doubt. This is a unique property, but that doesn't mean it's a hardship. This might mean that you can't put a house on that property. That might mean that that's some sort of, might ultimately result in Mr. Pius suing the county or the municipality or whoever he needs to sue to have it condemned. But that's not one of the factors the board is here to consider tonight. The factors that the board needs to consider is it a hardship? Is there something unique about the property that that creates this? Separate from, those are two separate factors. It can't be one and the same. So, in finishing here, I think the board, as I said last time, has to look at what would be the benefit in the long run of granting this variance. What are you doing except pushing this problem 20, 30, 40, 50 years into the future, and you're going to have another dilapidated structure? Because how marketable do you honestly think that building is going to be? With rooms that are, I see some of the dimensions, 7 by 9, no closet space, no practical storage. It's not going. It's not aesthetic, as everyone has said. It's not going to be that marketable. So you're just pushing this problem down the road if you grant the application. Thank you.
Want me to just read them? Okay. Also registered to speak in opposition is Eugene and Linda Fenner. Oh, okay. The letter said it all. Good. Also to speak in opposition of the application is Donald Bertzik.
My name is Donald Bertzik, and 3 minutes doesn't give us a lot of time to elaborate on everything that's wrong with this problem. Now, the board at the first meeting rejected this proposal, and I'm sure they did not reject it just because of the setbacks. There are so many other issues that went into this. There's the issue of runoff. We had a 2-inch rain last year, and don't tell me that no matter how this is graded, 2 inches of rain is not going to run down across that road. We've had flooding problems on that road before. We've had a safety issue out there. If there is a car parked on the road, our fire equipment, and I've had 50 years on the fire department, we have big pumpers, we have big tankers, we could not get through the road. If 2 cars on that road, because it's so very narrow, have a tough time passing without moving over onto somebody else's lot line. It is a definite problem. And now Mr. Pius says that 1 car will be in the garage, 1 car will be on the outside. All right. You're pulling out of the garage. Is that car going to obstruct your view? You know it will. And there is a definite safety problem on that road because it is so narrow.
And it's not just Mr. Pius's problem, it's everybody's problem out there because the road is narrow. And that road is getting so much traffic now that there is a petition into the Township of Marion to put speed bumps in. Now, why are they putting speed bumps in? Strictly because of the safety factor. That's what it amounts to. One other issue I had, and nobody really dealt on it. I am not an expert plumber. Mr. Pius, in his brief here, states that he can drive a 2-inch well. I've driven wells. I know how to do it. I'm not an expert, but you can do it. You would have to go down 30, 35 feet. That's about the maximum for a decent pump to pull water. I have just put in a pump in the back of my garage for water. I'm down 13 feet. I have 10 feet of water in that pipe. If I eyeball my pump from Mr. Pius's hill, that's about 25 to 30 feet. On the south side of Silver Lake, from the stop-and-go light clear down to the public landing, there is a definite problem for good water. Now, Mr. Pius can drive a well. He can get water. Now, if he's going to get the same water that I've got, because I'm about the same depth, the same level and everything, he will not even wash his car with it. I use it strictly just for watering my lawn. That's all that water is good for. If he is satisfied with bad water, let him put in a 2-inch well, but it's not what is really good. And once that is in and the house is erected, how can he ever drive a deep well? Why is everybody in Chicago Point area driving a deep well? Are they satisfied with the water from, they all had these shallow well pumps before. Are they satisfied with this water? I don't think so, because they
Can you
wouldn't
please
spend
wrap it up?
thousands of dollars to put in these pumps. Am I over my 3 minutes?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Also registered to speak in opposition, Richard Thiele. Thank you. Then we have, okay. Well, there isn't any more people to speak for a little while, so. We have people to register only in opposition but not speak, Don and Nancy Mays. Are they here? Yep. Charlie Plock. Mary Plock. James Schrader. And Bob Chesbro wanted, sorry Amy, Bob Chesbro wanted to appear and speak for information only. He'll walk slow. Did you have some questions, Bob? Is Bob here? No? Okay. I guess not. So that's it for people registered.
Staff comments?
When the board visited the property, they noted that there is an existing cottage with a garage in the basement that is located over the lot line, and there does not appear to be a lot of room for guest parking or snow removal area on this lot, but with the existing home now or the new one proposed. I guess I do have several comments. This is a legal lot that is non-conforming in size in almost every respect, but I do want to point out this is a legal lot. You know, we did everything in our power not to have it be sold separately from the other lot next door, and you know, sometimes courts do things that we don't want them to do. So when you're presented with one of these and it's zone residential and it has a residence on it already, and a residence is a permitted use, it's actually illegal to prevent someone from using their property for a legal use without the granting of a variance. The board is compelled to grant a variance at some point. The question comes down to what is the reasonable thing to do? How far do you relax the standards of the zoning code to accommodate a legal use? Keep in mind that our code does require at least 720 square feet of living area to be a compliant dwelling. The first and second floor both contain less than this required minimum of 720 square feet, no matter how we try to compute it. In other words, it appears that it's impossible to get 720 square feet on one floor without encroaching closer onto the required setbacks than what is being requested. I wanted to point out that the road and parking situation is certainly no worse with this application than before. The board certainly must weigh the rights of this property owner to use their property for a permitted use against the impacts that it will have on the neighbors and try to find the line where the adverse impacts on all involved are at a minimum. I'm not saying this is easy to do, but I certainly think that this application is a lot closer than the previous one, if not probably about as close as you're going to get. The applicant appeared before the board last fall with an application that really requested a substantially larger home. And this application has definitely scaled back the proposal and is trying to accommodate the direction provided by the board while still constructing a home that has some usable size and space in it. The easement is a civil issue, and enforcement of the conditions of that are not something the Board of Adjustments can do. You can build up to the edge of the easement, as was stated in one of the letters. And if I understand correctly, and I wasn't certain of this before, but the actual area that the new home proposes to cover is less than what the old home does now. So if they tear it down and rebuild, it will actually be smaller in footprint than what the home is there now. So I wanted to be sure that everyone understood what I understood on that. So that's it for my comments.
Rebuttal by the applicant?
I have a few things to
Oh,
say
you've got
first.
something to say, okay.
I need to clarify some of the things that were said at the last meeting by me, because apparently they were mistaken by the people that were here by some of the terms that were used in some of the letters. So first of all, as Terry indicated, this is a legal non-conforming lot. The county does not have staff people to sit around and read every deed in the Register of Deeds office and look at all of the maps to determine what lots currently exist. We get involved when someone tries to sell a lot, when someone tries to divide a lot, when there is some type of action on, someone wants to build on a lot. That's when we get involved and look at what lot sizes are. There are lots of lots throughout the county that are legal non-conforming lots. The county does not have the authority or the manpower to go and force all of these people to make their lots become conforming. At the time that we found out that this lot was in existence and separate and being sold separately was at the time that the properties were in the estate and that there were foreclosure actions on them. The sheriff had come to us and said, "Can I really sell this property?" We reviewed all of the statutes, and there was nothing that the county could do to stop the sale of that. Those lenders had rights under the law. Those property owned, the estate had certain obligations to meet regarding the lenders. The foreclosure laws had certain things to do it. There was different lenders involved. There was not one property owner at that point in time. There were two separate foreclosure actions going on. That was not something that the county could stop. The county was not going to purchase both properties from the lenders in order to fix the property. At this point in time, the county is not in the position to purchase a property to get rid of a legal non-conforming property. This board has no authority to ask the county to purchase properties just because you don't like the size of the lot. It is what it is, and now we have to deal with it. That being said, there is currently a use on that lot. Whether it's habitable or not habitable is something that certainly the health department could get involved in, but if the health department declares that it's not habitable, you're back at the same position that you're at now, because you're going to have to allow some kind of repairs or some type of structure to be built that is habitable. You do need to meet the 720-foot area required by the code. It's very clear from listening to all of the letters that no matter what type of request is asked for, you are going to have people objecting to it. And so it is this board's, it's in your purview and it's your decision to make, But you're going to have to decide what is appropriate use of this property and what isn't appropriate use of this property. And I will tell you right now, it is not an appropriate use to deny any type of building. So you can't just say this is a non-buildable property and you cannot build on it. That is not within your authority. So you have to decide what type of building is acceptable, what type of residence is acceptable. And, you know, that's kind of where we're at. I mean, there's not going to be additional lots created of this size because the county would be involved if somebody wanted to subdivide their property, and that would not be allowed to happen. So the amount of properties that are out there in the county that are legal non-conforming, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there isn't another property out there that is a legal non-conforming property, because I'm sure there is. But we are not creating additional properties. So that's where you're at, and that is what your decision tonight is to make, is to decide whether or not this variance is something that is within the intent of the ordinance to allow Mr. Pius to have a livable residence on a residential lot that exists legally in this county, or whether or not it's still excessive. And that's the decision that you need to make. But the answer is not to say you can't build anything.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
In my profession, I frequently see small sliver lots. And is there ever reach a point where a lot is so small you can't build on it?
It depends on what it is currently being used for, how it is zoned. There was a lot of things that would go into that consideration.
There was another lot that was mentioned further down on Chicago Point Road, and that one is specifically labeled as an outlot. It was created for access only, and outlots are unbuildable, so there have been times that there have been smaller lots created for other reasons, and then they're labeled as an outlot, and they are unbuildable by definition. We have also changed some of our zoning codes to prevent that from happening because of the density issue and things. So creating a lot like this, again,
I know some legal non-conforming lots, like they're only 16 feet wide.
I would have to look at that particular lot, Larry, and how it is zoned, what it is currently being used for, to tell you whether or not that one would be declared non-buildable. Right now, this lot, what you have is you have a residential lot with a residence on it.
So do these.
Partially on the neighbors.
And I don't know which lots you're talking about, Larry, and I can't speculate
No,
or
but
give
I'm
you
just
an
saying
answer.
The ones I know of have cottages on them.
It's
and there
very
may well
possible
be more out
that
there, even smaller than this one. I don't know.
that's entirely possible.
This is similar to the instructions that you gave us the last time as far as the buildability.
It is, and I'm not sure if we have the same board members here, and, you know, from the letters, it was clear that there was, you know, some things that I had said about how the county was involved in the sale that were a little bit misconstrued. We got involved after the fact. We weren't aware of it at the time that we weren't even aware of it until after the foreclosure judgments had been entered. We weren't aware of it at that point at all. So I just wanted to clarify those issues.
720 square foot house, that's livable?
That's
According
what
to
our
the county
code says.
That's the minimum in our code.
Okay.
But again, we're not getting that all on one floor, so we're really talking about a second floor. I understand.
Can't tell him how to build it, but if you take that deck out, he can move everything forward.
I mean, I'm sure there are other options.
There are.
It does get narrower.
But another thing that I think that could be done is everything is 90-degree corners in this house. There's square corners, and he's got a pie-shaped lot. If he builds a pie-shaped structure on there.
I think that the things that you guys are talking about now are the things you need to talk about during your decision, your alternatives and stuff. right now was for the public hearing and for Terry to give her comments and me to give my comments.
If you have any more questions of us, otherwise the applicant would have a chance for rebuttal to everything that's been said in between. Do you want to?
Would you like to say something?
Yep, come up for a few more minutes.
As to all the comments about the chance I took, the risk I took, I didn't take any risk. Everybody may seem to think I took a risk. I bought a house. It's on a lot. I had it legally checked before I bought it, and that house is safe. It's there, it belongs there, and it's not going anywhere. And that, I think, is what the misinformation is that maybe everybody has. What they're looking at currently isn't leaving. There isn't any way to remove that house unless I remove it or somebody orders me to remove it. Currently, and we have checked, the health department has already been in that house. There are no orders on that house to do anything to it. Recently we had a tree fall on it. We haven't repaired it because it's not on our property, which is why one of the reasons we're asking for a variance. Now, should the variance be denied? This is the ultimate question you might want to ask yourself. What is he going to do next? There are a lot of people here. Maybe they're wondering the same thing. Go ahead, gang up on him. If it's denied, my option is this. I'm not taking that house down. What they're looking at, they must like it because they're choosing to keep it. What I'm offering is a new house on that lot, brand new, better than most of theirs. And I've walked around that lake. I've been on this lake for over 50 years. We started off on Foxtail Point. I owned Camp Washera. I removed it. Mike Egan took over on the project. I removed Camp Washera. We took two other properties, one being a Matola property, tore it down by hand, rebuilt it. Subsequently, the taxes went up to almost $8,000. Now tell me how that house is a blight. Not possible. House across the street, we took it down. It was a small cabin. Took it down by hand. Sons and I rebuilt it, put it back together. Today, it's sold, somebody else lives in it. Anything I have touched on this lake has subsequently been sold, somebody operates out of it. These people here today, this public interest on my property, totally negative. They must like the looks of that house. Even if I am court ordered to remove 7.5 feet of that house, what you would be approving, and I will do it, is I will have a house sitting right on the property line. That house will be 18 feet 6 inches wide. I'm asking for a brand new house, 18 feet wide. You cannot stop my 18-foot 6-inch wide house. Now that's really what the question is. Is that what they want? Because that's what they'll get. I have no intention of asking for another smaller house on that lot. It's not going to happen. I will own that property long after they've sold theirs or attempted to. So that really is the question. Not whether or not I'm going to have a house. I have a house. And they will look at it just the way it is. That's what I guarantee. Thank you.
I believe we can close the variance portion and move on to hearing the appeal.
Yes, we can.
Before I call for a break, or would you like to take a break now?
for a 5-minute break.
Make a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Pass. Reconvene in 5 minutes. It's past my bedtime. Jay Reynolds is just coming on.
That's another question. I almost called you and told you you're in the perfect storm of public hearings. I don't know, and it happened in the middle of winter. Who knew? I don't know. Yeah, I hope it's not quite that long. I hope it's not that long. Okay. At least we have time limits. I was tempted to put vodka in the second one, but now he's not going to get back in because we're locked.
Now, are you animal control, or are you just a regular?
Oh, I'm the humane officer.
Oh, the humane
That's
officer,
part of my,
okay.
yes, that's part of my.
We thought it was very convenient that he was here for other reasons.
Meteorologist.
Yeah.
Past my bedtime.
Aren't y'all getting paid?
Huh?
I'd say it's overtime now.
You know, and I asked her if is there any way I cannot read these, and she goes, no, and I said, okay. I tried. How long did it take to read all those letters? How long did it take to read all those letters?
I don't know. I was downstairs worrying about doing the fob thing so the motion lights didn't go on. And they were all worried about it. I had a handle.
Yeah, I'm going to start.
Hurry, I think he threatened you.
Want some extra time?
No, I don't. That's why I was doing my.
It's been 4.5. Is that long enough?
4.5.
No, I don't know.
30 more seconds.
I don't know how long it's been.
I think it was about 7 minutes.
That's really close.
37, 7.
Pretty close.
Go back now and
Start over. I told my wife 2 o'clock. I was probably right. Think 2?
God, I hope not.
Bars will be closed.
I have to pick up my father and be at the gym at 6 o'clock in the morning. I need a couple hours.
Oh, but
of sleep.
it's the one with.
Oh, I don't think so.
Bertram's
Pinky.
That's part of it.
Oh, it's in here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You got the wrong one. You got the old one. You got the one from the draft. Right one.
Which one is the right one?
The one she gave us on a bus. This
Okay.
is the good one.
I'll put this one away.
Yeah, I think, looks like this is the new
Yeah,
one.
I got it.
Okay.
So much for my estimate of. So
so much.
I believe that we can reconvene in the meeting.
Everyone's back.
We'll reconvene the meeting. Next on the agenda is an appeal by Tamara Grimshaw of Watoma, Wisconsin, and Frederick Slater, landowner. They have appealed the December 12, 2011 decision of the Waushara County Planning and Zoning Committee to rescind the conditional use permit number 8-08 for Love a Paw to operate a dog kennel, animal rescue, and adoption operation in accordance with sections 58-101 through 113 of the Waushara County Zoning Code in an ag or general agricultural zone. Location of approximately 5.04 acre parcel of land being Lot 2 certified survey map number 4811 and a parcel to the east being part of the southeast 1/4, section 8, town 9 north, range 11 east, town of Morris W 6863 Bighorn Lane. Is the applicant present?
Can I say something first?
Sure.
Just because appeals are a little different, I want to explain how we're going to do it. We're going to basically follow the same format and procedures as the previous hearings, but there's a few important differences. Remember, the board's been furnished with a compilation of the written records concerning this appeal, and they've read all those records, the applicable sections of the zoning code, and all of the information that was submitted by the appellant. The board has also been furnished with a copy of all the paperwork from the meetings of the Planning and Zoning Committee, including their decisions and minutes, as well as a synopsis of the findings of the Zoning Office, the County Humane Officer, and the Health Department. The board will limit testimony tonight to new and additional information from what has been submitted in writing, and we are going to follow the same time limits mentioned at the beginning of tonight's hearing. I'm going to now explain a little bit of the authority that the Board of Adjustments has. They can grant the appeal and overturn the decision of the Planning and Zoning Committee. They can deny the appeal and support the original decision of the committee, or they can modify the decision made by the Planning and Zoning Committee. They can do one of those three things. The appellant must show that one of the following occurred in order for them to grant the appeal. First, that the Planning and Zoning Committee acted outside of their jurisdiction, or second, that the Planning and Zoning Committee came to an erroneous conclusion and thus made the wrong decision based on the evidence that was presented to them, or third, that there was a flaw in the process or way this permit was handled that led to it being rescinded. And as with all the other applications that we've heard tonight, the burden of proof of one of these three things lies with the appellant. That's it for my comments. I don't know if Ruth has any additional comments or wait till later.
I don't have anything at this time.
So now is the appellant here.
Okay, if they come forward.
All right, first of all, I'm going to ask the board that...
Please identify yourself, please.
I'm Fred Slater. This is Tamara Grimshaw.
Stand a little closer to the microphone so that the...
Is that all right? Is that better?
Thank you.
First of all, I want to ask the board that they refund the money that we had to pay for this. This whole thing came about because we didn't get a letter, okay? We got a second letter notifying us that the kennel license was being revoked. And as soon as we got that, we got a hold of...
Mike Kirshner.
Yeah, Mike Kirshner, and told him that we didn't get the original letter. We talked to our postal carrier. Turns out that he was out of town that week. We talked to a lot of our neighbors. Their mail was messed up. We got a letter from our postal carrier and our neighbors, gave it to Mike. Mike understood, and he contacted other board members just to see if they'd put us on the agenda for next month, but apparently some of them didn't want it.
Mr. Slater, I don't mean to interrupt, but since you have limited time, I wouldn't
spend it asking for your money back, I would
Oh, no,
explain to the board why your appeal should be granted,
Okay, well, that is why my appeal should be granted.
because you paid money.
No, no, ma'am, you're missing the point.
Okay.
My appeal should be granted because we were never notified of the meeting. You know, it wasn't our fault that we didn't get the letter. I'm not saying it's the board's fault either, but there was definitely a lack of communication here. You know, when we have a letter from our mailman and our neighbors that everybody's mail was messed up, it isn't, we've always showed up for all the meetings, all of them. And this one here we didn't get to because we didn't know about it.
Basically, we have followed all the rules that have been placed upon us. When the state created the new law in June of 2011, they are unaware and unsure of how this law actually works. So there's a lot of miscommunication and a lot of confusion going on. I spoke with a representative that no longer is in the animal department. She went back to foods by the name of Jacqueline Owens. There has been a lot of miscommunication. Have we purposely not followed the rules that have been set forth? No. We were told to follow different rules, and if something came about, the state would take care of things because the state would now be handling these issues.
Ms. Grimshaw,
Just to say, we're playing this by ear, guys, because we don't even know what we're playing this by ear because we're not even sure what the original meeting was for, why we were revoked. We were never told that. So we're here tonight just kind of winging it. We're not sure what's going on.
Ms. Grimshaw, it's my understanding, I was at the zoning meeting, that there was another complaint filed against you, and that a representative from the Sheriff's Department came out to see you and asked you about the conditions, and you indicated you were no longer following them.
No, that is not true.
Okay.
I talked with Jackie, and just like in the letter that I wrote to you, I very clearly stated there was a lot of confusion going on, and somewhere, be it on my behalf, be it on Jackie's behalf, be it on Tim's behalf, be it on the board's behalf, we don't know. What we need to do is we all need to sit down, the state, the animal control officer, myself, and the board, and figure out what rules need to be followed. You can't rescind a license for somebody that's been told to do one thing by the state, been told to do something by the county, told to do something by somebody else, and when they're in confusion and they reach out to people to talk to, and a person on a state level tells that person to follow those rules, and you are following those rules and following a vet's rules, you're dealing with living, breathing creatures. A vet is the most qualified person to decide if this animal is available for adoption. Not a member of a board, not a humane officer, a veterinarian that states and willing to put her name on that health certificate and say that dog is available for adoption.
At the time that the state told you that you no longer had to follow the rules of the county, did you ever contact anyone at the county to verify that?
I've been in contact with Tim on and off, yes.
Did you ever ask Tim, I'm assuming you're talking about Tim Gansel.
Yes.
Did you ever ask Mr. Gansel whether or not the conditions put on by the county were no longer in effect?
I haven't spoken with Tim since August because Tim is no longer the humane officer. I have no idea who the humane officer is. The humane officer has not stopped by, has not introduced himself, has not done anything. All of a sudden, a gentleman shows up at my door on a quote-unquote complaint, which I have documentation to back my end of the story, and now all of a sudden we're here.
Okay, well, you were previously at a planning and zoning committee meeting where they gave you a very specific list of conditions to follow, correct?
Correct.
And at any time after the state told you you no longer had to follow those conditions, did you contact anyone at the county to see whether or not that was true?
No.
Why not?
Because the state, Jackie's basic words were, state trumps county.
I thought we were here talking about...
This is the appeal, sir. Your conditional use permit was denied. Your conditional use permit was rescinded because you no longer were following the conditions put on you by the Planning and Zoning Committee. So my questions are trying to get information from you for this board so that they can make a decision. So my questions are related to, I understand that your position is that the state told you you didn't have to follow the county's rules.
they said with the CVI, which is a certified veterinary inspection, that when my vet put her signature on that certificate, that my vet took responsibility for that animal. And it became, if a complaint was to arise from that said animal, the state would at that point handle it. No longer would the county be involved.
That's exactly what she told us.
That's exactly what
I'm not arguing with you that that's what she told you. What I'm asking you is that you had been to a meeting where the committee from the zoning told you you have to follow these specific rules. Why didn't you just call someone and say, the state told me this, is it true?
Why didn't Tim contact me when he was in contact with Jackie about the quote-unquote things that were going on? There's a breakdown in communication all the way around. When complaints are filed against me, half the time I don't even know about them.
I mean, we right now on her voicemail, we have a voicemail from the groomer. She called today, and she was confused because apparently a lady that she knows that she referred to us called her to tell her, oh, don't worry about Levapol no more. They're going to court tonight. Sheriff's Department told me that they're being shut down. I'd like to know how she knew that before I even got to the damn meeting.
Watch your language.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir, and I'm not here to. I'm just trying to elicit information. Okay, I'm not being confrontational. I am not arguing with you. You indicated that you weren't sure why you were here, so I am trying to assist you in providing the board with information. Okay.
But there is a breakdown of communication totally from the top down to the bottom.
I understand that, but you, ma'am, were under certain conditions, and it was your responsibility if you thought you no longer had to.
It was also Tim's responsibility to make sure that I followed all those conditions. He didn't, on those conditions followed, he did not go through with every single condition. So I'm not here to, like you said, we're not here to bicker about this. What it, bottom line is there's a breakdown in communication, and instead of rescinding a license, why not everybody sit down, have a meeting with the state, with the county, and figure out what has to be done. I'm not saying that I'm always right, but I sure am not always wrong, and that's the way it is always portrayed. Even when I go to court and stand before Judge Dutcher and he rules in my favor, a complaint is not changed to my favor, even though it's been asked by Tim at one of the board meetings on August 22nd or August 25th. I don't remember the exact date. There's a breakdown of communication, bottom line.
She's never had any violations on the kennel, none. And now you're just going to pull the plug?
My complaints, here are my compliments. My compliments well outweigh my complaints. 1,162 animals had their lives saved. And I have a few complaints on them, which most of them I can verify on my behalf. But these are the people that are happy with me. You know, I don't understand. There's been a huge breakdown of communication.
I believe that somebody wants to shut down, and it's easier to shut her down than to deal with it. That's the way I see it.
This is not a breeding facility. I don't have the perfect show dogs. I take these dogs off a death row. I take these dogs minutes before they're euthanized. I bring them home. I get them healthy. I give them homes. But sometimes there's underlying medical conditions that my vet doesn't even pick up. It's not my fault. I'm not a licensed veterinarian. I entrust my vet to do this. So how can I be blamed? How can a complaint be warranted against me when I do everything the state tells me to do?
Ma'am, I understand, and I understand this is very emotional for you. The zoning committee decided to rescind your permit because it was their understanding at the meeting that you chose, based upon information you got from the state, and did not verify with the county officials that you no longer had to follow their requirements.
Then why don't we get back to the zoning committee? Why don't you let us go home, reinstate her license, okay? Send us a letter, let us know when the meeting's going to be, and we'll show up prepared to talk about that at that time. Right now, the fact of the matter is we didn't get a letter. We would have been there. All right?
And we wouldn't be here tonight.
We're not ducking and dodging nobody. We just didn't get the letter.
But, yeah, I guess, but But you're saying that you didn't follow the rules because you were told by the state that you didn't have to. And
I didn't
and
follow,
that-
it
and that-
wasn't true that I didn't follow the rules.
She's making it sound like we didn't follow any of the rules. We explained to the lady that Tim put all these extra things on us.
Tim did not, the committee did.
The committee did, whatever. You know what I mean. And we said, okay, now the state has all these extra rules too. Which ones do we follow? And she said, you follow the state rules, follow the same rules in your county that everybody else has to follow for your kennel license.
Which means the amount of
But
dogs that
anything
you're supposed to
extra,
have.
we will put on you because we're gonna handle all complaints now. So we're like, okay.
Are you licensed by the state currently?
Yes, I have a provisional license. Depending on the outcome of this meeting, at that point, they're not going to waste time doing a state inspection on me with all the inspections that they have to do. There's 4 people that do inspections. I have complied. I have filled out an application. I have a conditional license, and we're waiting for the outcome of this because if the outcome, I do have my kennel's license back, the state will be in to inspect me, and I'm welcoming them to come in and inspect me. I've never denied anybody access to come into my house. There's been numerous inspections, surprise inspections, and all of them have come away with the animals being healthy, the kennels being clean, and there are no problems.
She's never had a complaint with the shelter. All inspections have been great. Matter of fact, some people, I believe, in this room or that were in the room earlier, adopted from her. So,
Can you tell us which of the conditions you stopped following?
What I was told that the state rules are 10 days per dog, and the amended rules were 30 days. I was still fecaling and blood testing the dogs that my vet, I was leaving it up to my vet to make the decision once the state told me to do things. I'm standing with a $3,600 vet bill right now. It's not like I just stopped treating all these animals. These animals go to the vet all the time.
but she followed all the regular, like everybody else has to have.
I understand that, sir, but she also had rules that were put on her by the county, and she did not contact anyone at the county to see if she needed to continue to do
Yes,
that.
ma'am, and she answered that, and I was just following up on that.
Yeah, I think we can, if they're done, and they're.
Yeah, she just was asking questions.
Ask the questions unless they felt that they've answered them already, and then we can have testimony from people that have registered.
I was going to say, the time limit, because Ruth was questioning them, was extended in our information here.
The board get a chance to read that information? All the
Are
time?
you finished then, and
Yes.
we can go? Yeah, the board would like you to ask some questions, so it's on the record now.
Okay.
So there's no misunderstanding later on. First question, can you summarize any new or additional information you might have for the board that the zoning committee did not have or did not consider?
Well, I have an email here from Chris that one of the things that was stated right off the bat is that I avoided even getting my kennels license, and that was why I was charged $450 back in 2008. I have an email here from Chris it came on March 26th of 2008, and on March 28th of 2008, you guys came out and inspected my kennels. By April 16th, I had all the paperwork filed, paid the $450 fee, and on May 16th, I believe my license was approved. I don't see where I hid. 2 days after I get an email, I was on the phone with them that day. We scheduled an appointment. You guys were out. I complied with everything.
Well, I think
We thought it was $450 for that license. We didn't know for almost like several months that it was supposed to be $225.
Well, it was $225 if you applied before you started the kennel. You applied after the fact. It was double. That's why.
And
before we moved here, we spoke with...
That was not one of the reasons that the Planning and
had nothing
Zoning
to do with
Committee
it.
rescinded your conditional use?
No
So
license.
I knew about it when I read your information.
I'm not sure that that's relevant
Okay,
testimony.
you said anything new to the kennel. I just was rebuttaling. Okay, go on.
This is merely to summarize anything new that has come up since the zoning committee's hearing where they rescinded your license, and that is documented in these files here, so have you got anything new?
Except that the
was not
state will
in
come
here?
through once the decision has been made this evening about the kennels license. I guess that's something new. You know, my license has been approved, you know, a conditional license has been approved.
I think we had that information back there that these things were done.
Mhm.
So it's anything new that the zoning committee, they had that information, so it's anything that they didn't have. The second is, so what information have you had that might substantiate that the decision made by the zoning committee was not a correct one?
The letters from all of our mail carriers from all of our,
Because we didn't know why we were getting revoked until, what, the 18th?
No, we're not talking about time. You were made aware of what the zoning committee decided.
right, we don't know why they decided it, though.
All the letter said was that your license had been revoked for not showing up at a meeting. That's all.
There was a list of conditions in that.
No, it just said
That
that I had to
told
have
you
all the animals
why?
removed by January 12th.
I didn't say no.
And that I could only keep 5 personal dogs on my property, and I could no longer sell or do any type of rescue work.
No, it was
That's
like-
all it said. It did not say
It was
why
like
you
Bruce said
rescinded.
before, it was because you did not follow the additional rules put on
That
by
was
the
made
Planning
in
and Zoning
August.
Committee in April, and then they were relaxed in August. So there had actually been 2 meetings prior to that.
But the one that we got, ma'am,
Let's just go on.
to let
It's-
us know about this, all it said was that it was being revoked, and that we had 30 days to get rid of the animals. It didn't say why it was being revoked. And when I called, they said, well, you didn't show up at a meeting. That's all. We didn't get no letters
That,
stating.
that is not the reason that it was rescinded.
Well, you may know the reason, because you were at the meeting. I wasn't there, so I didn't know.
And I think that that is the basis of your argument, correct? Is that, I know, but your argument that the reason that the board should overturn the decision is because you were not aware of the hearing and not able to participate.
That's part of it, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And what information do you have that might substantiate that there were any improprieties in the handling of this matter? What do you think that the board did that was wrong?
Well, first of all, they didn't notify us about the meeting.
You were sent a letter. You're saying that they didn't
Never
do
received the
anything
letter.
wrong, you just didn't get a letter. And are there any conditions or limitations that you want the board to consider that might help protect the public, other animals in Waushara County, and ultimately neighboring properties?
Head right now, no.
I mean, we've heard some reasons, but this board, as was read earlier.
Yeah, you've
we've
got all our
got
information,
three
yeah.
choices,
Mhm.
and what them choices are and how we can make them. And that depends on your information. The appellate must show one of the following occurred in order to win their appeal, is what Terry read. First, that the planning and zoning conclusion, or the planning and zoning committee acted outside of their jurisdiction. I mean, was this their job to do, or was it not? I mean, that's one. It's their job, okay. Or second, that the planning and zoning committee came to an erroneous conclusion and thus made the wrong decision based on the evidence that was presented to him.
There was no evidence present. We weren't present at the meeting.
We were never given a chance to get
No, the evidence that was presented to the zoning.
just because they get
Oh,
evidence
to you?
Yes,
Yeah.
to the zoning board.
That's
Okay.
the other board that was here.
Not to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, then that isn't true.
Because we were not present at the meeting, so we were not able to give our side of the story nor our
Not
evidence.
the question.
Yes, it is.
Did you
Yes, it
get-
is.
Did you get
You-
this packet here?
That it, yes, that, no, I think the board is a little bit confused here. That is the, I know.
question is
Just read it.
the first meeting in December.
Well, no, we're on to, did the commit, their argument, and I'm going to paraphrase this, and if I'm wrong, you tell me, okay? Their argument to you tonight is that when the board made the decision to rescind their permit, they did it in error because Tamara was not present at the meeting, was not able to present her side of the story to them, and so they only had partial information and which to make their decision. And so that decision that they made, they came to a wrong conclusion because they didn't have all of the information. The information that they did not have at that time was that Tamara had been in contact with the state and that the state had supposedly told her that she'd not have to follow the county's rules, that she only had to follow the rules that the state would be putting on, the more restrictive rules, that she did follow the rules put on by the state, that she continued to take the animals to the vet, and that the board did not hear from her about what she was continuing to do to try to make sure that the animals were healthy. And so the decision that they reached was reached in error because they didn't have all the information. Is that what you're saying, kind of?
And then the one other ANDA thing is the complaint that even brought this entire meeting in December was, I have documentation to back my side of the story, which was never able to be given because I wasn't at the meeting. So my side of the story was never been able to give, so an educated decision could be made.
I would ask you, go ahead.
Did you supply that information now in your appeal?
Some of it, yes, but some of it I wasn't even aware of until Tim, in his rebuttal that we got on February 3rd, included Ann Petchek with the Woodrow adoption, and then I have he supplied the emails that were provided, but I have the medical documentation and the evidence signed by the vet stating the dog's age and the health condition of the dog. So no, that wasn't presented because I had to have everything done by January 18th. Tim had to have everything done, I'm assuming, by the 2nd or 3rd of February. So we're here today.
Okay, so
I didn't get to rebuttal on that.
What is that new information?
Well, here are Woodrow's health records. Here are the emails corresponding with Ann and myself. There was an agreement that was made that she took 41 days to comply with, what she was supposed to take care of.
Okay, will you want to share the medical records with the board, please?
Here are more of his medical records and his rabies certificate. Here are more of his medical records.
These have the same date on them?
They may be copies of some of them.
Okay, so I think in the interest of time, if they're the same.
Here are the emails that you guys received in the packet that I very clearly stated that she...
This also has the same date, but then there's additional.
Whoa.
So we might not need
Here's the
this one?
blood work that's in discrepancy that the dog never had. On this is the fecal that he never had. So, this is just things that are signed by veterinarians and stuff. That was never been able to present it because I wasn't at the hearing.
Okay.
I think going back to the original question, am I in error that or am I understanding of this straight, that the zoning board did have all of this information that's in here?
Yes.
Okay, and in here, did I read that when acquired, the state was acquired on what was their rulings versus the county rulings, that the state person that they talked to said that the county always overrules what the state mandates?
No, the board itself did not talk to anyone at the state. Lieutenant Gansel talked to someone at the state, and I believe that what the state said is that the state animal rules don't have anything to do with county zoning, that those are two separate entities. Now, how that information was given to Tamra, I wasn't part of that conversation. I don't know.
And and now because Jackie no longer works in the animal division, we can no longer speak to Jackie. We don't have, I don't guess we don't have the pull that Lieutenant Gansel has to be able to talk to somebody that's no longer in that division. I am now dealing with somebody else in that division and working with them to find out what's going on. They don't even know what health certificates we're supposed to use. When I certificate a dog out of Chicago, bring it into Wisconsin, they're not sure if I have to take it to the vet and get a certificate from the vet in Wisconsin, or do I use the one from Chicago? This is how confusing this law is for the state people.
You are saying that you followed the state regulations that
I did what the
they
state
gave
told me
you
to do.
instead of the county regulations,
They-
but the state is saying they have no control over this, that the control was given to the county.
Well,
A person who no longer works for the division, yes, did tell me that I was to follow the state rules and not the county rules.
She's no longer there. and we
Now
can't get hold of her.
now she's no longer there, and now I'm being told by another person that I'm to follow some of the county rules and some of the state rules. It's all a huge mess. They said, come to this meeting tonight, we'll figure out what's going on, then we'll all sit down and we'll all talk. But right now, they're not going to do anything with me until you guys make a decision, and that's where I stand right now.
You want to share that? That's a new bit.
I think that's it.
So I think that's pretty much what we have. Are there any conditions or limitations that you want the board to consider that might help protect the public, as we said, other animals in Waushara County, and ultimately the neighboring properties?
I think there needs to be rules set forth for rescues that are not, that rescues in animal shelters
But-
and not be qualified as a kennel, because
You-
there are totally different entities, they're totally different businesses.
We're not a kennel either. She's an animal rescue.
I'm not dealing,
So we're listening tonight to
no, well,
some
you know,
hearsay
you asked a question,
that,
so, okay.
he said, she said, and with nothing to document it, so we have
What do
to
you mean
make a
nothing to
decision.
document? I'm showing proof, first of all, I'm showing proof that I didn't get a letter, so I wasn't able to give my side of the story. So what I'm asking for, I'm not asking necessarily for you guys to give me my kennels license today. What I'm asking for is a fair chance to sit down with all parties, from the state down to the county, to sit down and have a discussion and figure out what rules I have to follow, and at that point decide if a license can be issued. You have the opportunity to give me a conditional license until we can all sit down and we can have a discussion and make a decision from there how long I'm going to continue with the license, or if the license is going to be revoked. That's all I'm asking for.
That isn't one of our.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It's the second one that we just talked about.
It's a modification. What you can do is you can remand it back to the Planning and Zoning Committee, saying that what we're doing is that we're going to conditionally continue. We're directing the zoning committee to sit down with Ms. Grimshaw and the state officials to work out what should be appropriate, and whether or not, and then based upon the information that you get from her and from the state, whether or not she should continue to have her license. That is one of your options, because you have the option to modify their decision. That would be modifying their decision.
Now, since you will be involved in this ultimately,
Well, it depends. I mean, I did not provide any legal advice to the Planning and Zoning Committee. That's
Okay.
why I'm able to be here tonight to provide legal advice to you. I sat in on the meeting, but I didn't say anything. I offered no opinion. But if I give you advice tonight, I can't go back and give the Planning and Zoning Committee advice at their next meeting. I can't represent both sides here.
okay? So then, I take it that we could call for a modification, which would get the Grimshaws here in touch with the zoning committee to let them reconsider what they came up with the last time, but extend the
You presented them as happening.
rescinding of the license until such a meeting occurred and the zoning committee, it'd be like
I'm getting copies
reprimanding it
tomorrow.
from the court back to the lower court.
Yes, you can certainly, it's in your purview to say, we're modifying the decision of the Planning and Zoning Committee. We're not going to uphold the rescission of her kennel license at this point in time. We want you to look at it again and sit down with her and the state and determine whether or not it should be rescinded or not. And then all parties could be at the table, and if after the Planning and Zoning Committee got additional information from Ms. Grimshaw and the state, they decided that they still wanted to rescind the license, they certainly could make that decision again. It might end up before you again, but that is one of your options.
The license
Instead
stays
of
suspended?
rescinding their decision, we would continue on because from the packet, it appears that sick animals are coming into the county, which again causes a problem. I mean, for the information that we have to deal with. We don't want to prolong this, but to give the Grimshaws their day in court. We could, like you say, reprimand it back, but not rescind it.
Well, your choices are either to agree with the board, which means that her license is rescinded,
Yes.
and she would have to go to court if she wanted to continue to fight this, or she could potentially apply for a new license after she had things lined up with the state. I don't know how that would work. If the state is waiting for the county to make a decision, they might not grant her a license. It might be a catch-22. You could modify the decision of the board, and by modifying the decision of the Planning and Zoning Committee, you have multiple options in your modification. You could say, yes, we're going to let you keep your license, but these are the conditions that we say that you have to follow, and you're going to have to follow these in addition to whatever the state requires. Or you can say, we're going to modify the decision. We're not sure whether or not it should be rescinded or not. It seems to be a situation where the county and the state should try to work together to come up with a set of regulations that meet both the purposes of the zoning and the county's health concerns, as well as the state's licensing concerns. And so we're directing the zoning committee to have another meeting with Ms. Grimshaw and invite the officials from the state to try to come up with whether or not this permit should continue and under what circumstances it should continue, or whether it should be rescinded. I'm sure that there are other modifications you could make. I can't think of them off the top of my head. Or you could say, you know what, we agree with Ms. Grimshaw, and we think that the board made an error, and so we're reinstating her conditional use permit. If you reinstated her conditional use permit, it would be reinstated with the conditions that were previously put on by the Planning and Zoning Committee. And if she wanted to have those modified, she'd have to go back to the Planning and Zoning Committee to ask them to modify the conditions. But you would be reinstating it as it was at the time that it was rescinded. So those are kind of your options. But at this point in time, do you have any more questions for Tamara? Or Tamara, do you have any additional new information?
I have a question. On November 30th, there was a deputy investigating a complaint at the kennel, and the officer found that you had not been operating under the conditions placed on the conditional use permit and has not for some time. This is from a Sheriff's Department report. I believe it's Lieutenant Gansel.
No, he wasn't there. Okay.
States, I spoke with Slater later in the day, and he advises me that Grimshaw had been advised by the state that they did not have to follow the rules set forth by the county. Slater is advised that they are in violation of the conditions, and this complaint will be forwarded to the zoning based on the violations. If you knew the deputy was going to report you to zoning, why didn't you contact zoning to find out why you were in violation?
I don't remember him saying that to us.
I'm talking to him because he talked to Slater.
Okay.
Why didn't you contact zoning when the deputy told you he was going to refer it to the zoning for the violations of not following the rules?
Because I figured they'd send me a letter.
You never told me that they,
Okay.
he even said it.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
When he talked to me, it wasn't that simple of a conversation.
I have it in the report of what was said.
I know what it said, but it wasn't that simple. I discussed with him. I said, hey, now we're getting cross messages with the state here.
And,
I told him what the state
okay,
said.
sir, just so you know something too, he is the landowner.
Yeah,
I'm the owner of the kennel, so if something like that was said, technically it should have been said to me, which I just stated that it wasn't said to me.
But, I mean,
So, and we're not gonna play he say or anything like that. It was never sent to me. said to
Starting
me.
with, I have contact with Jackie Owens of the Wisconsin Department.
Yeah. And the deputy also states, I have contact with Jackie Owens from the Wisconsin Department of Trade and Consumer Protection, who is handling your application for state certification. Owen emails me that she nor anyone from her department ever told Slater or Grimshaw that they do not have to follow the rules placed on them from the county, and that her department welcomes counties to impose stricter guidelines on their operations.
That's not what she told us.
This is an official police report, Sheriff's Department report.
Well, I apologize.
and we tried to get a hold of her so that we could talk to her about it. We can't get a hold of her now.
She will not
It
reach.
was like a 15-minute conversation that we had. It wasn't just a little blurb in a police report. All right? So I called her, talked to her about the new state law. There's so strict and there's so many intricacies, right? And then we got into a conversation with her telling what the county had us doing.
Can you talk in the mic?
And then we were telling her what how the county had us doing other rules and stuff like that outside of the normal kennel stuff, because of complaints and everything. And then the conversation went from there to, well, you shouldn't have to worry about that anymore because we'll be handling all the complaints, so the county won't have to worry about that anymore. And I says, you mean I'm just going to have to do like everybody else does now that has a kennel license? And she said, yep, that's the way it's going to be once you get your state license and stuff. So we applied for the state license right away.
We had already applied for it.
Yeah, well,
I've
that's
had my
how this
state
whole thing
license
came
since
about. So,
November.
and this is like a 30-minute conversation. Now, Tim puts it in a police report nice, short, and sweet, because that's what police officers do, and that's fine. But that's not the content of the conversation. It was a lot more than just that, sir.
So it appears that they're denying the accuracy of the police report.
No, they're not denying that that's what she told Lieutenant Gansel. They're saying that she told them something different. They don't know what she told Lieutenant Gansel.
But then they couldn't get a hold of her because she had left.
She works back in food services. Because
she's
I'm
switched
an
departments.
animal person, I'm not allowed to talk to food people. That's the way this works. So I've been transferred to a different person to deal with. So unfortunately, because Jackie has transferred, I don't have the luxury that a police officer has that can speak to any department. I don't run a restaurant, nor do I do everything that dissolves human consumption of food. So I'm not allowed to talk to Jackie. That's where it falls, where I'm not able to get my side of the story.
Is there any more questions by the board?
Well, it's just that when the application was made for conditional use, it was issued to him. So, and if the
And he's
deputy
the one
did
that
tell
took
him,
this call.
if the deputy did tell him that he was going to zoning with this,
Then why did you call me the applicant when you called us up here and him the landowner? That's how it's always been.
well,
I'm
it's
not.
the application.
All right, it's,
Let's see if we can keep on with this.
it's.
I'm done.
We can move on.
Deputy's in the back.
And,
Deputy's in the back.
Deputy's here.
Yeah, no one's talking out of school.
Yep.
do we have, do we go through any correspondence with
Yes,
this?
we do have correspondence. I think
Okay.
we'll do that, and then we'll have people here to testify come up. Tammy and Fred gave 3 letters to me tonight. The first one is to whom it may concern. This letter is to serve as a reference for Levapaw, owned by Tammy Grimshaw. I have known Tammy for some time now and have been to her establishment. I have found it to be clean and run professionally. She rescues many animals that would otherwise have been euthanized and finds them loving homes. It would be a great injustice not to let her continue with her business, especially to all the unloved animals that would otherwise be destroyed. Some of these animals have been so abused and neglected that they need extra care. I pray that you will see the need to keep her operating this business. Anyone that loves and has a knowledge of animals realizes the time and devotion it takes day and night to provide the care they need. And that's signed, Sincerely yours, Lynn Schramer Miller. Next one, to whom it may concern. 2 years ago, we were looking for another companion for our older lab. The Slaters could have not picked out a better dog. Tammy has the talent to find a dog for the specifications and personality to fit your needs. Just recently, she found another dog for a friend to adopt. The dog is the perfect fit for them. For two people who have the God-given talent and time to rescue dogs, it would be a shame to not be able to get another perfect one from them. We will be looking again for another lab when our current 13-year-old is no longer with us. We hope we will be able to work with the Slaters again. And that's signed Sheila Dasso. And this letter says, this notice to inform you that I did not receive a letter informing me of tonight's meeting, signed by Kelly Gomez. And then on February 16th, we received an email from Todd Schrader. Hello, my name is Todd Schrader, and I own vacant land adjacent to the subject property. I do not know Ms. Grimshaw and have no firsthand experience as to the treatment of dogs under her care. I certainly would not wish to stand in the way of someone's opportunity to secure an income or provide shelter for dogs. As a dog owner myself, I do appreciate that dogs, especially in groups, bark. But at times these dogs bark incessantly for hours. We have also seen dogs from this property running through our property infrequently. For me to endorse reinstatement of her license, I would need to be reinsured that the number of animals was small and that the dogs are reliably confined to her property at all times. If this were the case, I would not have a problem with her conducting the shelter or kennel. I'm not sure these comments are relevant, but thank you for your time, Todd Schrader. And then on February 16th, we also received this letter from Marilyn Lasansky. I'm opposed to this operation as I have had many casual observations from Bighorn Road and have observed many dogs chained up and barking continually. As a retired president officer of the dissolved Muskego Humane Society, dissolved because we moved to Waushara County, I also have had friends that have purchased dogs that were ill later, and some had to be put down. Tell me, but are afraid to come forward with their complaints. And again, that's Marilyn Lasansky, Mount Morris resident. And then we also received an email that had a link to a website, but I was unable to confirm the material on the website, so it won't be submitted as evidence. And that's it for correspondence.
Favor to speak?
We have several people to speak in favor. See what?
Could I see the Lazanki letter?
Oh, do you want to know how to spell the last name?
No, I know how to spell last name. I'd like to look at the other.
There's 4 in favor.
Speak in favor. Okay. And 3 against?
Yep.
Tracy Blake. Again, I'd ask that you, having heard the conversation, that you don't go over any of the that information, but give anything new that you have.
I live directly next door to Tammy and Fred. I have seen the care that she takes care of these animals. She spends many hours. I have been in her place many times unannounced, stop in to say hi. The animals are always cared for. The kennels are clean. When the weather is bad, the animals are inside. Dogs bark. We live out in the country. Kids scream. You can't do anything about that. I know many of these animals she has gotten off of death row. They would be dead if it wasn't for Tammy. Yeah, once in a while you will get a complaint. These animals, I know she takes them to the vet. She gets a vet certificate before she adopts them out. She cares about, I have my animals. I love my animals. I know Tammy cares about hers. It would be a sin not to let her allow this. Thank you.
Thank you. James A. Blake.
My name is James A. Blake. It's great when you can get together and work out all the pieces of the puzzle. I'm not really too much of an animal lover myself, but I know that animals all need to be cared for. And standing on Bighorn Lane, you know, I'm living right next to him. That was my wife there. You really can't tell what's going on in that backyard. If you do see a dog chained up, chances are it's a dominant dog in a bunch of, you know, in an area with a lot of other dogs. That dog's allowed to, you know, be free in there and finds a lesser aggressive dog, then all the other dogs will hone in on the aggressive dog and go after the less aggressor. So if anybody saw a dog chained up, that was probably the chances, you know, that was the reason why. I've been over to the neighbors too, and I've been inside their kennels, and I've been in county facilities, and the accommodations that Fred and Tammy have may not be stainless steel or, you know, like the county has, but it is very clean. And again, I think they're just doing a terrific job what they're doing. But I would like you to allow them conditionally to continue until you all can get together with the state and everybody else. And, you know, it's easier to get through these things when everybody's sitting around talking to each other versus an email or a letter. I know that firsthand. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Vanessa Blake.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Blake. I've known Tammy for about 2 years since we bought our farm. I just want to let you know, I mean, for the past 2 years, all I've seen is positive in her. I mean, she's always cared for him 24/7. I've been there to help her. I'm a little shaky. But I've never once seen anything negative out of her. I've helped her when I can. We've always come up with ideas to help an animal if it's not solvable. And she has saved over 1,100 animals. And if you take it away, how many are we throwing away because of this opportunity? And so I just think she should stay open. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Schultz Jorgensen.
Hi, I'm Sherry Schultz Jorgensen. My husband and I recently adopted a dog from Tammy and Fred. Oh, she's the cutest little thing in the world. And it would break my heart to think that there'd be no place in Waushara County to take care of all these animals. We don't have a county facility. She does so much. And she doesn't do it for the money. She does it because there's a definite need out there for these animals. And I wouldn't have my little girl right now if it wasn't for them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have three speaking in opposition. Tim Ganser.
I won't speak, but I'm Tim Gansel. I'm the lieutenant with the Sheriff's Department. I am the humane officer, and I have been appointed the humane officer by the sheriff of this county, and have been for a good number of years. So I'm basically here just to answer any questions or that you may have, and not make a statement. My statement is made in the pamphlet that was provided you by the committee.
As a question that I might have is, have you read this packet here from the Sheriff's Department?
I put that packet together, yes.
Verify in here that what was stated was primarily, essentially true?
The information in there is accurate and contains the information summarized from each of the complaints that are listed in there.
Any other questions? If he's here to,
The lieutenant states that what I read earlier is true. I don't have a question for him then.
I think that would be
Okay,
it then.
thank you.
Patrick F. Conley.
I'm a neighbor. I live less than a quarter of a mile. My house is about less than a quarter of a mile from Fred and Tammy's. In August of 2010, a little dog showed up on our place, and he was too weak to run away, so we took him in and took him to the vet and got him fixed up. Well, eventually we found out that he escaped from Tammy's operation, and she said, well, you know, if you give him a home, you keep him. So we did, and he was pretty sick, but we got him healthy, and he's okay now. He just got some issues, but he's had a tough go of it in his younger life. I guess I'm concerned that, and I've spoke to several of my neighbors, I don't know if any of them showed up here tonight, that dogs do escape there and from their facility. And if they go back into operation, I would want to make sure that no more dogs escape from them. Zero. Like they should have chain link fence and a facility that keeps the small dogs into a facility that the dogs can't dig under, because especially if the dogs are brought in from other areas of a country, they might bring in diseases that we don't have here and we don't need here. So it gets expensive trying to keep the other dogs in the community healthy, and that's what my neighbors have been telling me. So that's where I stand on it. Thanks.
Marilyn Lasansky.
I'm Marilyn Lasansky. I'm a resident of Mount Morris. I've spent most of my life in humane work, which led to the incorporation of the Muskego Humane Society in Waukesha County, which led me into Defenders of Animals, which is legislative state. I never took a penny of salary, or anyone else did likewise that worked with me. Gas and phones were at my expense. Our vision, we did not have a shelter building. Our vision was to find lost pets via the phone or newspapers and reunite them, hopefully, with their owners. And sometimes it happens and sometimes it didn't. And that led to us buying a lake lot on Bighorn Lane in 1974. We were weekenders in 1986. We're permanent residents, and I've continued what would I say? Myself trying to be the voice of the animals that don't have a voice. And today I had an email from a friend alerting me to Care2 pet petition site. I could not read all of them. There were 300 comments. I'm opposed to this site, to this woman having this business. 300 signatures have to be heard. The animals have to be protected. Any questions? I've never took a penny. All this was done out of my own pocket.
Does this have a point with
Pardon me?
the case does this have a point with the case that we're now hearing?
I've had phone calls asking me to watch, and I've never put foot on the property, but I've watched from the road when I passed. It's upsetting to me personally when I see activities like this and people tell me, yes, I bought a pet from them. The pet is no longer here. This was back in Waukesha County that I had all my activity. And due to the hour, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Staff comments?
I think I made mine before. I would like to point out that the Planning and Zoning Committee did meet in April of last year and first considered some additional conditions, and then in August, they re-met and relaxed one or two of them slightly. So this isn't something that just came up in December. You know, there is kind of a history of having those conditions on there and looking at them. So that was it. And you will have a chance for rebuttal. And I think that's it, unless Ruth has anything else. Nope. Yep.
Okay, a rebuttal by the applicant.
Yes, that's what they meant.
That's what a rebuttal means.
First of all, we'll talk about the care petition. I don't take a penny either. Everything goes back into the animals. The care petition, like I had stated earlier, I went to court with this woman with the 300 signatures. If you look at the signatures, most of them are from out of state and out of the country. People get on these bandwagons about these, okay? Yeah, I've made mistakes. Everybody has. This woman who runs the kennels cannot say she never honestly made a mistake, because we're all human. We all make mistakes. As for dogs being chained up in my yard, like Jim stated, the dominant dogs, you don't want to mix, when you mix dogs in kennels with dominant dogs take over. Also, because I own a pit bull, I have to keep it chained because my neighbors across the street, whose dogs constantly run onto our property, have attacked my dog. But because my dog is a pit bull, I'm the one that's going to be at blame.
Try and keep it to what
these are
problem is.
accusations against me. As for the Shih Tzu that my neighbor did, my son was pulling him out of a crate. He freaked. We looked for hours. We called the Waushara County Pound right away to let them know what was going on. When he did call me, I offered to pay their medical bills that they had incurred. I offered to take the dog back. I asked them what they wanted to do. They chose to keep the dog. I never asked them for an adoption donation, never, anything. I didn't realize I was such a bad person. And if I am such a bad person, why, as neighbors, didn't you come talk to me? That's what neighbors do. So, as a rebuttal, walk a mile in my shoes before you judge.
Thank you.
Mr. Danzel said that he summarized stuff in the report. Am I correct?
You need to talk to the committee and in the microphone.
Okay.
We need to make
Mr.
a record.
Gansel said that he had summarized in the police report. Am I correct?
Yes.
That's exactly what I was saying earlier, too, was that that's a summarization, that it's not the whole conversation of what happened. So I'm glad that he conferred with me, that he agreed.
Thank you. I would say this ends the hearing portion.
Ends the hearing portion.
Again, it's ordered at 12. Would the board like another break, or should we just continue on?
Go.
Okay. In that case, the